Have you ever had had one of those days you're just discombobulated? You just can't think straight and just nothing flows throughout the day. It's just been one of those days today.
That's like every day for me.
Is it really? You know what it is? As I get older, I just get pulled in different directions mentally, and it just gets frustrated. I get frustrated. I don't know.
No, I feel you. I know I'm exhausted, honestly.
Really?
I had some coffee at like 6 ish, and I went out and got an energy drink at 8, which is an hour ago. Sorry.
Oh,
Central
okay.
Time.
Yeah.
It's an hour ago because I was like, I want to be more awake for this. Like, I'm kind of tired, man.
Why don't you get a little bit of drinky, like last time.
No. That was such a funny situation because it was a fucked up week for me, man. Like, I was pretty broken up about the dog for a pretty long time. Like,
sure.
I think, and no, but on that night, I had a beer and I just totally just absent-minded the fact that I had a podcast. Like,
forgot to podcast.
No fucking recollection of the podcast at all after that first beer.
God.
And I'm like, all right, well, this beer is good. I don't got shit going on tonight. I'm gonna have another one. And I start drinking my second beer, and Chuck just happened to call me and make a joke about recording. And I'm like, fuck, I gotta record in 20 minutes. Like, shit, I'm way too wasted.
Well, we were there. You did fine.
Yeah, you did good, man.
You were more open than usual. I loved it.
No, what you guys didn't see was I actually called Rob ahead of time, and I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I'm like, you're gonna have to run the show tonight because I got wasted and forgot that we had a podcast.
That's hilarious.
But it worked.
Yeah,
it worked.
Like I said, I'm used to Fluffy keeping the show chugging along, and now Nips was. Of course, all I saw was Nips's eyes. I just saw like a dark background. I saw these little eyes. I could barely see the whites of them. Just looking right over the camera, right at the bottom of the angle. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Guardian down.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for hanging out with us today. Welcome to episode 75 of Guardian Downcast. 750. Wow. We're a couple dads that talk about all things in the Destiny universe, and we interview content creators and community members to find out more about them. We're the show that hopefully puts a little grin on your face when you're half asleep at work on Monday. I'm your host, The Gator, and my co-host, Mr. Hazel, is here as well. How you been, man? How's your week?
My week's been pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty much got back to work and did that kind of thing. Aside from that, just pretty much trying to do some last minute Christmas shopping for everybody. So
has the Christmas spirit, working through the family now? Everyone getting excited, especially Addie.
Yeah, she's shit, man. She's had the Christmas spirit since like fucking July.
I know we got a question tonight from her. I wanted to make sure we got that one.
Yeah. So yeah, she's all about the Christmas music, and I've heard pentatonics to fucking Mariah Carey to Perry Como or some shit.
Yep.
So so you name it, I've heard it. We've got it playing pretty much 24/7 here.
Nice.
The Christmas spirit is in full effect. I'm trying to get over my Scrooginess. So yeah. What about you, man?
Yeah, it's been a decent week. I've been just scrambling at work, trying to get everything caught up because, it's going to be a light week next week because of Christmas coming up. And my son's coming down on Wednesday of next week. So fingers crossed, as a doctor who's working with today just was known as being positive. So they were both wearing masks and stuff. So, we're fingers are crossed that he'll be able to get on the plane. So we'll just have to see there. We're going to try to have a Christmas Eve with the family this year. We're going to do it outside at a restaurant. So
nice.
Reservations are set. Just hopefully everybody will be there. Anyway, I did want to, Hazel, before we go on, I did want to mention this is going to be the last show of this year. For the first time, don't act like that. For the first time, you know what? Me and Hazel are taking the week off. I think we've earned it. We're going to enjoy the holidays with our families. And for me, I'm just going to sit back and just be grateful for everyone being healthy. And my daughter's going to be home from college as well. So, man, life's good in the Gator household. At least we hope so. Fingers, like I said, are crossed. Well, hey.
That's awesome.
Tonight we have a special returning guest on our show. He's the gamer dad that works out like a maniac, an avid Destiny 2 PvPer, and the co-host of the amazing Potato Thumbs podcast. Yes, it's the doc with the large fingers. It's Mr. FluffyFingersMD. How you doing, man?
Hello, sir and sir. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. We're excited about tonight. Hey, guys, I know this is the last show of the year, so we're making sure tonight we're going to pack it full of good stuff for you guys to listen to. So if it's a little long tonight, break it up into a couple of weeks because we're not going to be here next week to record. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to catch up with Fluffy here, see how his year's gone, in the spirit of the year end here. And what we decided to do is we're each going to share our top 10 favorite shows and movies from 2020. I know it's been an unusual year, but there has been some epic stuff to watch at home, guys. Next, we're going to give Fluffy a shot at the title with our signature fast fire segment we call the speed run. Next, we're going to talk Destiny, of course, for this 5th week of Beyond Light, Season of the Hunt. The season so far, what we've been doing, the new dawning, whatever else comes up that we decide to go on tangents on. And finally, we're going to answer questions from our community and add 2 songs each to our award-winning Guardian Downcast show playlist on Spotify and iTunes. All right, what do you guys say? Last one of the year. Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Hey, thanks for listening to Guardian Downcast. You can find us on Twitter at Guardian_D_cast.
Or, you can find us on Instagram at Guardian_Down_cast and see what pics our weekly guests want to share with you.
Or Hazel, just visit our website at GuardianDowncast.com for all the contact information and where else you want to find us. And you can also play any past episodes you like in any order you like, right from your browser.
Don't you or me, man. Anyway, so hey, Guardians, check us out, and later, Guardians.
Toddles.
Hey, that's my line, man. Hey, Fluffy. Thank you so much for coming on, man.
Yeah, bud. Happy to be here.
Yeah, we appreciate you. How many beers are you in now? I'm just kidding.
He's not going to be
only.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Only about 4 sips into this IPA right now.
He may be.
Okay.
You know what? He may be 20 in by the time this show's over tonight.
Yeah. No promises. Yeah. I have a bubbly also in my podcast cooler. But depending on how many hours we get into this, I might have to go get the rest of the beers.
Gotcha.
Yeah, maybe we'll channel our inner first year episode and then go from there. But probably not though. Well, sir, how you doing, man? What you been up to?
Oh man, just living the 2020 life, man. Just hanging out with family 24/7, and just trying to keep sane. Been running a lot, I guess.
Nice.
That's been keeping me sane. Yeah. So that's been fun. I got on this fitness kick because of Dad Tales podcast, probably like 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 they started it. God, it's been a while.
Yeah.
And started with weight loss stuff, and we do contests in our Discord. We have one going on right now. And for me, like at first it was just all about diet. Like I think I lost my first 45 pounds just managing my diet, like not really doing much exercise at all. And actually one of my buddies, back when we could hang out with friends, came over one night, and we were talking, and he was getting into running, and he had been into running in college and high school. And I was fat when I was in college and high school, so I was never into running. And he's like, I love running because I can eat whatever I want. And here's me, like I'm like a year and a couple months into this diet, like, and I've been dropping weight. I'm like, man, maybe I should just try it. Like it's another thing to add on to diet. So
Hell yeah.
that was like spring of 2019, and I ran most of the summer. I got injured a lot because I had absolutely no support system. And then late summer in 2019, I really messed up my leg. Had to go see a doctor, had to get MRIs and all sorts of stuff. And it cost a lot of money. Ended up at a physical therapist. And I was taken off of all impact sports from August until the last week of December. And given like workout regimens and things like that to help with my muscles and all the genetic stuff that's wrong with my legs, I have patella and stuff like that issues. But anyways, there's a point to the story. So 2020 started off that I was allowed to run again. And the physical therapist I had was really awesome. I did some research, and he also was a runner. So I got a sports physical therapist who is also into distance running. So it really helped that he was giving me exercises and setting me up for success. So I started off 2020 only being able to run for 3 minutes at a time for a maximum of 3 miles. So it was run 3 minutes, walk 3 minutes, run 3 minutes, walk 3 minutes, and slowly graduated to being able to actually run towards the end of January.
Nice.
And rolling into 2020, I'd never run more than 10 miles. And by now, in December, as the year has gone by, I just cleared 1,012 miles this year.
Wow.
Yeah, so I averaged 2.8 miles a day, so just shy of a 5K a day. And I ran my first 10 mile. I ran my first marathon this year. I ran my first ultra marathon this year. So yeah, I've picked up a hobby that's free and just kind of went with it.
That's awesome, man. Well, I've got 2 follow-up questions for you here while you're on the topic of running there. One of them is, what's an ultra marathon?
Anything over a marathon. So for me, it was 31.1 miles. So that's a 50K. And that was done on a trail. So it's not the same as road running. That's through the woods. You'll find most ultra marathons are in the woods and not on pavement.
Right.
Just because once you start getting past that marathon distance, you can definitely do it on pavement. Mm-hmm. But it really takes a toll on the legs and the muscles.
Yeah, but
running a marathon on pavement was a lot harder on my legs than running. When I was at marathon distance in the woods, my legs still felt really good. So, it just that the ground, and I think just the different terrain and just not having just solid pavement makes it easier. But yeah, so 50Ks are common, and then you start getting into like 60Ks or 50-mile runs or 100-mile runs. So my goal this year for 2021, hopefully I can run a 50-miler.
Nice.
Maybe more, we'll see.
That's awesome, man. Shit, man, you're like my inspiration, because right now I don't run unless I'm being chased. So
I used to hate it, man. Like pre-spring of 2019, you couldn't pay me to run.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I run, except I do 1 minute runs on my treadmill, and then I'm back to walking. I'm like, nope, heart rate's too high. We're gonna go back down now.
It's a weird thing. It's one of those things that you have to build.
Yeah.
Like if I stopped running today and gave it a couple weeks, like it would be hard for me to run 3 miles. And I'd have to build it up again over time. So like it's one of those things that you have to build it up over time. You have to build up your endurance. You have to build up the ability to know like how to conserve energy. And then you also have to do like supporting like strength training and stuff, or else you'll injure yourself 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, sir, no big spoiler here, but you live in Minnesota. So they are a state that's known for their winters. Mm-hmm. Do you run in the winter too?
Yeah, I do.
Any tips
we are
for that?
we are getting a treadmill though. I think the like second week of January, first or second week of January.
Nice.
Dude, it's all about layering. It's no different than any other outdoor activity in the winter. You would actually be quite surprised at how little you can wear running. I run pretty hot, but for instance, when it was in the 20s this week, and even in the teens this week, I did a couple night runs where it was in the teens, and I was wearing just like thermal leggings. Like think yoga pants.
Yeah.
Wearing thermal leggings.
Like compression pants, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. For running, I had shorts over the top of them just for everyone else.
Damn it.
And then I had like a thermal dry fit shirt and a windbreaker.
That's it.
And then I just put like a neck gaiter over my head. Yeah, and you would think that you would be cold, and you would be if you're standing still, but once you get like a mile into the run, you start warming up, man. Like it's not uncommon for it to be below freezing, and for me to like take my gloves off, take my hat off. Like you'd be surprised how quickly you can warm up.
Huh. That's awesome. I'm gonna try it. I think I need to do fucking something. So
that's why I just got a new treadmill, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to see people, and I sure as hell don't want them looking at me with my little jiggle going on, my little dad jiggle. That's all right. I'll just do it in the comfort of my back. Comfort of my back porch.
And if they want to look at the jiggle, let them look at it. Let them drool.
Yeah. Dude, you know what? Anyone who makes fun of someone running, like they're
just
not
jealous.
running.
They're not running.
They're jealous. Like, dude, screw the haters, man.
Yeah.
No, for anyone who's gonna start out running, a few words of advice. One,
yes.
Don't try and just run fast. You're not gonna get anywhere. Like learning how to run distance, like, and by distance I mean 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles. Whatever your distance is for you. Most people, like, they try and just go all out, and they can't even make a mile, and you're just running too fast. And running's all about knowing your pace. Start off with a simple jog or slightly faster than a jog. Whatever you have to do to keep your breathing in check, like slow breathing. Like if you feel yourself panting, like take big deep breaths in and out. You'll feel like you're going to suffocate. But actually you'll realize once you start doing it that you can actually slow down your breathing. And then whether you talk to someone like me, I have tons of workouts that I can share, or else just YouTube, like some workouts, like running workouts, strength training stuff. Like those are the biggest things. Like, like go slow, speed will come, distance will come. Don't overdo it. Listen to your body. You gotta not push it, because you won't be successful if you push it too hard. Just ease into it, and it'll all just kind of fall into place eventually.
Nice.
Well, that's cool, man. I like that's why I mentioned at the top of the podcast that you work out like a maniac, because I see some of your we're tied together on I think MyFitnessPal, and I see some of your workouts. I'm like 1,000 calories. How the hell did he do? I'll be lucky to get 200-300 calories in a workout. It's crazy.
Oh, man. Dude, I love going on like 10+ mile runs, or I go run for like 2+ hours, and I look at the calories after that, and I'm like, all right. Well, and it's funny because like I don't get hungry right away, right? So I can cool down, drink some water, take a shower, like mess around a little bit. But man, like within a half hour, 40 minutes of taking that shower, all of a sudden, like I'll feel the hunger creeping up. And it's like, if I don't get food, like within a short period of time, like all bets are off. I'm just going to like slowly disintegrate into nothing.
You'll get hypoglycemic. your blood sugar will just tank. Yeah. Well, okay. Important note here, Hazel. If there's ever a zombie apocalypse, we're not with him. He'll outrun all of us, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't have to run. He doesn't have to, outrun them. He has to outrun us.
Us, exactly.
That's a fun thing too, man. Once you start getting like past that hour time frame that you're running, you have to start thinking about like snacks and fueling, like bringing fuel with you on a run, so you don't just burn out, because you'd be amazed what bringing a little bit of granola or like an energy shot or, whatever it might be, dates, whatever food you can tolerate out with you, how it can keep you going. Like there's so many times where I'm like, oh man, I'm at like mile 6 and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna die, and then I eat a little something and all of a sudden, like, it's like a 15-mile run or a 20-mile run. It's all about just conserving energy and knowing when to fuel.
Well,
Nice.
let me ask you this: one, how's the wife and kids doing? I mean, everybody
Good,
doing
man.
okay through the
Good.
pandemic and stuff?
Yeah,
Good.
surprisingly, like I have 2 kids, an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
And they have been amazing. Like, they rarely fight. They've become best friends. They play every single day. Like, we've kept a really small bubble.
Right.
My wife and I both work from home, so
Oh, that makes it even better.
yeah,
your wife's into fitness, isn't she?
Yeah, she always has been. So she was like a scholarship for volleyball into college type of person. Yeah, she was like a junior Olympian for volleyball when she was younger. So
That's cool.
Oh, wow.
she's always been like super fit.
So now we know what's driving him, Hazel. He doesn't. His wife's probably fit as hell. Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. Well, how are you? How's the COVID life in Minnesota? Or do your kids go to school? Or are they homeschooling with the Zoom, or what's going on with all that?
Yeah, we just they've been doing distance learning the whole school year.
Okay.
It got bad enough in our area that they ended up making everyone do distance learning.
Right.
So cases skyrocketed. And so I think right around Thanksgiving, actually, they canceled all schools in the whole area, like all of the districts in the metro area.
Yeah.
Went distance learning. So
yeah, my son said they just lately the Minnesota's really spiked in cases.
Yeah. It was.
Bad.
We were doing really good for a while, but it's pretty bad.
It's that cold weather, man. Because in the summer, you guys have the most awesome weather, but during the winter time, when the winter creeps back in, you guys got to go back inside, and I think that's what hurts you guys. And
Well, it's the vitamin D deficiency too, man.
Oh, yeah, that's right. My son had that
We've
issue.
been really big on that, making the kids take it and being smart about taking it. But, I try and get outside. When it's not freezing, I make them go outside.
Right.
Once we actually have snow, I'll be playing a lot in the snow with them and stuff after school. Just whatever you can do to get some of that sunlight. Because like vitamins and supplements only go so far.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking to Average Joe last week, and we were talking about vitamin D deficiency. Do you use those lights that are supposed to help you with seasonal affective disorder? Do you guys practice any of that stuff? Or
no, I haven't had any issues with that.
Okay, cool.
But we remain pretty active. Like in a non-COVID year, my wife and I both used to teach snowboarding. I taught it for like 8 years. The only reason we don't anymore is because of kids. We wanted to ride with them. Like I thought I could work a regular job, have a fun job of snowboarding, and teach them how to snowboard, but it wasn't giving me enough time with them. So we buy season passes and we try and take them out snowboarding at least once a week. So we try and get the kids outside and get out in the sun and be active and stuff all through the year. It's
cool.
You have to, man. You can't live somewhere and just be inside all the time. It's not healthy. I don't care where you are,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, let's switch gears here. What are you playing right now? What games are you going online? What are you playing?
Sure. So, I've been playing. I mean, honestly, man, I haven't put down Destiny since it dropped.
I'm with you, man.
Leading up to the new season, I was still playing Destiny quite a bit. I mean, like I took a good part of the late part of summer and early fall. I was pretty light on playing games. I'd play maybe once or twice a week at the most.
Right.
So getting into late September and October, I started playing a lot more, and that 2 months where I wasn't playing a lot really gave me a refresh, and so I really started getting into PvP again, and just loving it. Like It doesn't feel stale, like really feeling challenged and loving just jumping in the Crucible. And then surprisingly, when this season content dropped, I really just got hooked on grinding light, like getting my light up,
Yeah.
doing all powerful and pinnacle gear, and then jumping in the Crucible after that's done.
That's cool.
I did start Ori.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to play Ori for a long time. Got a couple hours into that, but I haven't touched it since the new content. And then I have Celeste that I'm still playing.
Cool.
I think those are and Forza. Forza Horizon.
It's good to have nice rotating games when you just not feeling Destiny.
Yeah, I think really though, like Destiny has its hooks in me, like with all the new content. Like there's a lot to do. I've been very active raiding, PvP, and I have 2 characters, so I'm maining a hunter, and I started maining a warlock until they nerfed it, and then I went to hunter because my class decisions are all about what's best in Crucible. So that's always going to be my drive for gear, and then the other is just kind of my alt, like if we're going to run another raid or whatever. So
right.
Yeah. Nice.
And you guys raid every Friday night, I think, right?
Yeah, and I started raiding on PC as well since the new content dropped. So
Hazel might know something about that.
Yeah, we've been doing weeknight PC raids and then Friday night Xbox raids.
I like it.
Nice. What do you think about that?
About what?
PC rating.
Oh, I mean, I love it. Like, so here's the thing. Like, I have no problem with whatever system people want to use, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I spent money on a computer, and it gives me 144 beautiful frames, and it stays relatively close to that. I'm running 2K, so 2K 144 frames. I love that part of it, and then I just feel more comfortable with mouse and keyboard now. Like, I can play Xbox and I can go into Crucible, and I think because there's only 30 frames on my Xbox, it gives me more time to think in the Crucible. Like, it's not as fast paced. So I actually can go into Crucible with a controller and still do well. But I prefer mouse and keyboard. I feel home on mouse and keyboard. I can outplay myself on mouse and keyboard versus me on a controller for sure.
Nice. Well,
nice.
I've been doing pretty good on PS4 on game nights with the clan, and we've been jumping into Iron Banner this last week, and I was doing pretty good. I'll talk about that later, but yeah, I mean, 30 frames, it does bother me. It feels like the game's lagging a little bit when I play it. And I know a couple of our clan mates have gotten hold of a PS5, and they're starting to realize the difference. And hopefully everyone soon will realize that difference. But yeah.
So I want to touch on Iron Banner.
Go for it.
Said some.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. So
we played. We did the raid Friday night, and we flew through the raid on Xbox, so we jumped into Iron Banner, and Friday night raids. Typically, everyone's pretty intoxicated.
I was going to say,
it's a night that everyone just lets loose. Like, we don't stream it.
Yeah.
It's a very, it's kind of a private thing. We just kind of are idiots.
Sure.
We're our own group of idiots on Friday nights, and it's wonderful. And so we decided to play some Iron Banner. And I hands down, and I'm going to talk about this on my show, so sorry for the 2 or 3 people that listen to my show that are also listening to this. But,
okay.
I had the best Iron Banner night of my 5 years on Destiny.
Really?
On Friday.
Wow.
You got to tell me why here.
Amazing. So we were just dominating. We played for 2.5 or 3 hours. We lost 1 game.
Damn.
We mercied every other game except for maybe 2 or 3.
Wow.
It was either me or Chuck or Nessie at the top of the leaderboard every game.
You had some killers,
we were putting up. Yeah, and we were putting up stupid KDs, like 14.0 KDs and 9.0 KDs, and
nice.
Doing like 20, 30 kill games, like with stuff like that. And it was ridiculous. And it was usually an Iron Banner. There's always back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a constant like I said, 2.5, 3 hours of us just mopping everyone. And the game that we lost was when 2 or 3 people got off. So there was only 2 or 3 of us left in our party.
Right.
Because we started with a full 6 stack.
Okay.
But yeah, it was insane. It just absolutely crazy.
See, what people don't realize with the new season, once it reset to the Beyond Light, they've been really quiet about it, you notice. But if you look at the playlist under Iron Banner, it says matches people of equal skill, or they take skill into account. So skill-based matchmaking is back. They're just not telling anybody.
Level, right?
Oh yeah, of course, light
Right.
level. But power enabled, definitely. That's never changed. But remember, they had it where it was connection-based matchmaking, and you would either get stomped or you would do the stomping. There was no middle ground. And I tell you, when we played this last week, we lost a lot. We won a fair amount, but there were a couple games that I had the best time of my life, like Exodus Black, where we were going back and forth, and the score was like 123 to 125. I mean, really close games. And those are the games I remember. Those are the games I really love. So I don't know.
We were playing. So I run Ace of Spades on PC, and I run Crimson on Xbox.
That gun, damn.
Ace of Spades with Memento Mori and Charged with Light, I was hitting 103 to the head on people.
Oh.
So I was 2-shotting people.
And you have third eye.
and then my radar never goes down.
Yeah.
And then Crimson, we were playing games of Crimson where we were continuously hitting 45 to the head.
Oh my god.
And think about that. That's 3
times
bullets
3
hitting
times
45 to the head. Yeah. So
you're 2 and 3 tapping people depending on the situation.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
3.
No, 3 tap.
3. Yeah, two pulls of the trigger, I mean.
2 pulls of the trigger and you can miss.
Jeez. You know what? There were I noticed a lot of people were using Crimson, and I know Cross was talking about how that gun is going to be a sleeper weapon, and I believe him. I use it a little bit because I had to get hand cannon kills, and I don't like hand cannons, and that's one gun I can get used to, and I was it's the range. It's the range, dude.
Well, the range
is crazy.
It reloads itself and it heals you.
Mm-hmm.
But it does not transfer to PC. That is, I think that is an Xbox and PlayStation meta. I think Ace is the play on PC.
Yeah, I haven't. I whenever I needed my hand cannon kills for my little bounty, my little quest you had to do at the beginning of Iron Banner. The second to last part, you have to get hand cannon kills. I'm like, okay. Now I did pull out the new exotic the one Hawkmoon. Yeah, I did pull that out, and I was pretty accurate with that damn gun, and I was killing people pretty quick with it too. But I swapped off between that and Crimson, and I was having fun with it. And I was like, just a side note, Bungie, please bring back Red Death, please. You can nerf it. You can nerf it a little. I'll be okay with it. I just love the damn feel of that gun. And there's another gun that everyone needs to know about. If you like slow firing pulse rifles like I do, that's Stars and Shadow. That gun is a beast on PC and console.
Nessie was saying really good things about that gun.
I have a firmly planted ricochet rounds, and it's range for days, man. It's just I'm 2 and 3 tapping people all the time. And they're like they try to go toe to toe with me with like a scout rifle, and I'm like, I'm here, buddy. What you gonna do? And they start weaving back and forth trying to strafe because they realize they're about to be dead. It's fun, man. That gun is so much fun right now. It's a sleeper too.
Yeah. The raid weapons too, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good raid weapons.
That scout rifle is really good. It's fast firing. Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing that I think that people may not have been aware of or be aware of right now is the new raid brings back the icebreaker perk.
The new raid?
Reconstruction. Or new raid, yeah. Reconstruction.
No. Oh. What? Now I have I have reconstruction on one of my raid machine guns, and I notice I've never had to reload.
Yeah, so I have it on a slug shotgun, and I also have it on a sniper. And if you like slug shotguns or if you like snipers in PvP, both of these weapons are very good. They're top tier for what they are. Nessie could not, and I'm referencing Nessie for those of you who don't listen to my show. Very good PvP player. Like, probably his KD is probably like a 2.0 plus. Like he's a very skilled player. And he knows his way around a sniper rifle. And he was saying that the new raid sniper feels a lot like Ex Machina from D1. But reconstruction. Think of auto-loading holster, right?
Yeah.
So auto-loading holster works. You put your gun away, it loads your gun for you. It gives you a click sound. Okay. Reconstruction is the same thing, but it overloads your weapon. Okay. So if I pull out my slug shotgun, which is what I run on the raid, right. I'll have 12 shells in the clip.
Right.
Because reconstruction will take it to 6 and then build it all the way up to 12.
So, okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
Now, what if I don't have any ammo? Will it still build ammo?
No.
Okay.
But it takes your ammo from reserves and it continues to build your clip. So if you're running around the Crucible and you have a sniper, you can take your shot or two. And if you go past ammo, you're safe to know that it's going to reload that ammo, and you might have 6 shells or 12 shells in whatever weapon you're using. So It's a really cool perk. I use the slug shotgun is great in PvE, but I'm trying to get a solid roll on the sniper for PvP.
I was using the slug shotgun on the final boss fight on the new Deep Stone Crypt. The numbers are crazy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, It's great I run suppressor a lot, so it works for suppressing them. It works for shooting the engines. Right. It's a really good weapon to run in your kinetic slot. Cool. But again, like I said, it's also great in the Crucible, and that reconstruction perk is really cool.
Man, I really like it. I was noticing I was never having to reload, and then I noticed I had like 125 in the clip. I'm like, wait, this only holds like 70. Then I started reading the perk, and I was like, and now you reminded me of it. I was like, oh yeah, that it is a new perk they just came out with. Well, hey, we'll talk some Destiny. We'll talk some Destiny later. I promise we will. Okay. I don't want to get off too off topic here, but I do want to mention your podcast, dude. Like I said on your podcast when me and Hazel were on your show a few weeks ago, you guys are like the elder statesmen. Sorry to use that term, but I can't think of a better one. You guys have been around a long time, and a lot of podcasts have dropped off from when I first joined this whole community of Discords. And you guys are like one of the remaining left. I mean, Dad's Tales really maybe once or twice a year they come out with something, which is awesome when they do. Yeah. And Bads, barely a Destiny show or barely ADS. They've called it quits for at least a little while. So, dude, I gotta give you props, man. You have inspired me in creating a rotating guest list on our show, because you have Nips as your main co-host, like Hazel is for me. You have Cliff, you have Chuck, you have Ghost, you have Nessie. All these guys are always rotating in and out, and I love that, man. Yeah, because it's just like Dad's Tales, where we're kind of catching up on everybody's doing, and seeing what they're up to. But this is the point where we're supposed to fluff Nips and say how awesome a co-host he is. I'll just leave that.
Did he write our show notes?
No.
Is that why it says that?
No, because I love Nips so much. I wanted to just include that. So
I like Nips too.
Nips is cool.
Oh, you're talking about Admiral Nips. Sorry.
Admiral Nips. Yes. Admiral. Yeah, I mean, he is he's somewhat hard to understand, but once you do, he is the coolest dude around, man. And I don't know. I'm sure he means a lot to you as a host, but
yeah, he's a good friend, man. He's he's a very intelligent person. We balance each other well. Where everyone has their own unique craziness, right? But our two crazinesses complement each other. He's good at he's
good at a lot of things.
Check. Yeah, keeping me in check, and also giving me shit when shit needs to be given. Which honestly, man, like I'm a very, very lighthearted person. Like I very much believe in, being positive and just making the most out of life and what you have. So joking around and messing around with friends and stuff like that. Like I need that, right?
Right,
So
sure.
it works out well. That's
cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And can we please start a fund to help Admiral Nips buy new lamps? I think this was mentioned by Chuck on your Discord, and Chuck Likes Pizza. And I think I agree. I said I went in your Discord. I says I'll be the first to donate. What we can do is we can buy an assortment of lamps and just have them all behind him, and just he can try different ones out every week, and you guys can test and see what works the best. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Cliff suggested that we have we actually build a device that rotates the lights.
A pedestal.
So he sits down, and then the lights will just rotate in different spots throughout the show.
That won't throw anybody off at all.
That's pretty classy.
I like that.
No, he had so.
I'm sorry. Full disclosure. Yeah, go ahead. Explain why he doesn't.
Oh no! It's we do a Skype call for our podcast, just because Skype allows people to access the podcast, or a guest to access the podcast that maybe don't have PCs.
Right.
That's why we do it. It isn't because it's the best quality. It's because it's something that's free that a lot of people have access to, and we wanted to be able to bring our friends on the show. And the benefit of using Skype is that we have the video call too. Now we don't record video. The video is just for us. It just kind of changes the interaction, right? Like you can see people's faces, you can see their reactions, you can see their body language. Like it changes the conversation.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And Nips, throughout our 3+ years of podcasting, has had different lighting configurations throughout. And sometimes there was a good chunk of time you could see him, but right now he's kind of got that like Unsolved Mysteries witness protection thing going on, where you can barely see his face. Yeah.
It freaked me out last time, man. I was like, I don't understand why. And full disclosure, his cat knocked over his lamps, and his cat bites him. His cat will bite him in the middle of the show. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. So his cat has blown up more than one light over our years of podcasting. Is it the cat's fault for being a cat? Because cats are assholes. Like that's what they do. They fuck with shit.
Yeah.
Or is it the owner's fault for not realizing that he has a cat and cat proofing his shit? Yeah. So we like to give him a hard time when he's in the shadows, but Miles, his cat's pretty cool. He's super old. He's a grandpa. I have a slight cat allergy. So I'm allergic to like the dander and the dust on like longer haired cats like Miles.
Right.
And so when I go to Wisconsin and hang out for the weekend and drink, of course, Miles always hangs out on my sleeping bag. So I'll come, I'll bring like a blow up mattress and a sleeping bag to sleep on, and usually set up in his sunroom. And the cat just is like, it's all about my sleeping bag, man. He just sleeps on it all day long while we're out doing stuff. So by the time I leave his house for the weekend, like my eyes are all bloodshot and I'm starting to get stuffy and the allergies are starting to kick in. So it's kind of funny.
Yep.
That's awesome, man. Well, so since we were talking about your podcast, give us your elevator pitch for your podcast. You're trying to sell somebody on listening to it.
What will you get? We don't even know. We don't know. It's two dudes going full potato. We like to have a good time. Sometimes we have new people on the show. A lot of the times we bring friends on the show, whether it's friends from Discord or friends that, make monthly appearances or every couple weeks they come on. It's all about having a good time. We talk video games. I play a lot of Destiny, so that's usually what I talk about. We're trying to focus more on the TWAB again and talk that stuff with the new content being released. Admiral Nips plays more games than I do, so it's nice because it brings the variety to the table.
Right.
And, we have episodes where we talk about music albums and we'll break down music albums and go through them. We have episodes where we just talk about random BS the whole time. But I mean, the goal is always to have fun. We got into it to have fun. We said when we're not having fun anymore, we're just going to stop. That hasn't happened yet. It's never about money. It's never about downloads. It's never about viewers. Like, still to this day, we're like, what, almost 180 episodes in. And when people are like, hey, I listened to the show, I really like this part, like, it still surprises me because I'm like, oh shit, people listen to us. That's cool.
That's what we feel like. We have a show feedback channel and people actually start talking about the stuff we said. And some people are a little behind because our podcasts tend to run a little long, and they'll mention something about an episode 2 weeks ago or something, and I'll go, man, I don't even know what I remember talking about on that show. I have to go back and listen to it and answer your question, but I'm amazed,
and he
man.
Doesn't.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm busy. I got to go work. My wife's kicking
Slave
my ass.
driver.
Right. She's kicking my ass right now. Yeah. Christmas time. So, but I have to mention, I know you kind of breezed over this, but dude, your music episodes are fantastic.
It's fun. We're lucky. So I have a little background in music. I did hip hop for a little bit over a decade, from about the mid 90s to about the mid 2000s. And it started off as just like a basement hobby thing, but I worked at a very big venue, a very big club in Minneapolis when I was in college. So I had access to the same venues that Clear Channel books.
Oh, okay.
So I was able to throw shows in the Ascot Room in Minneapolis, which was featured in Purple Rain. Is like, so it's like a really chill room, and that got me connected with other venues. So I was able to play all around the city just because I was in the industry. And we had a fun just like little coincidence thing happen when we were handing out CDs at bars in St. Paul one day, and we just handed a CD to a guy who was a software engineer who had just come back from Miami and got to spend 3.5 years recording with this guy. We became friends. Like he was like, hey, let me come over and record you guys, because I like what I hear, but I think you could use someone who knows what they're doing with the sound engineering. Wow. And he ended up becoming a friend more than us just being clients, because he ended up hanging out with us all the time. But he was a 5-time Grammy Award winner, so he legit knew his stuff. Yeah, he just right place, right time kind of thing. Like he worked on Missy Elliott's The Cookbook 2. He worked on some Carlos Santana album that he got credit for. Like, dude knew his stuff, right? Wow, he worked for the Hit Factory in Miami in the early 2000s, which was one of the big recording studios back then. So I have a history of music. I experienced tons of it working at the club for 7 years. I experienced it on my own, throwing shows and promoting shows and recording albums. And then we have like Cliff and Rob, both came up different than I did musically, but they're both very intelligent people, so they can speak about music, and they can be critical about music and bring things to the table that I can't. And then the icing on the cake is Chuck. Chuck was actually a recording engineer. He went to school for it. He produced tons of albums. He really lived that, where I was a weekend recording engineer student.
Right.
I could get down and dirty, but Chuck knows sound on a different level than what I did.
Right.
So it works well, and we're lucky to have these friends. And I think the four of us all bring something different to the table, and it's fun. And I think the best thing about it is we listen to albums that I would never listen to. Like things like music that isn't my style, music that if I heard it, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. And then I'd move on and probably never hear it again. Yeah. And I like I like being forced to listen to things that aren't necessarily my cup of tea, and listen to them for weeks and really take notes on them and really just learn the songs and talk about them. And the music thing is really, I really love doing it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys rotate. Each of the four of you rotate your picks every 2-3 weeks?
Yeah, so it ends up being like probably 3 to 5 weeks. Every 3 to 5 weeks or so we do it.
Wow.
Is the way that works out.
It's my favorite part of your show, man, is the breakdowns on the music. And like you said, Run the Jewels, I think the band last week, I think it was Cliff's pick.
Yep.
I can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of
God. Oh, now I'm dressed.
No, I put you on the spot. Oh shit, sorry, man. It was a punk band, I think.
It was. Oh God,
dude.
Why am I so bad?
I can't remember it either. All I know is it sounded good. It sounded good, though.
I got my Google Docs up.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't. That's a wrong account.
Uh-oh. Don't worry. I'll clean this up. I'll clean it up.
No. It's good. So Cliff
Fugazi?
Spotify
Fugazi. That was it.
You.
And I immediately went home and I started Googling Fugazi. I'm like, I've heard this song, I've heard this word before. And I guess it had a very dark meaning from what I remember from I guess the Army. It was an Army acronym or something.
Yep.
Yeah. So I had to mention it, dude. It sucks me in when you guys have those music episodes, and I've even tried to worm in there and go, hey, can I do one with you guys? And I'm like, no, it's their show, damn it. Leave them alone.
So I think I'm the next pick. And I've picked some hip hop albums from my past picks, cool. Although they've been a wide variety of hip hop.
Wait a minute, do we have an exclusive here?
Yeah, so I haven't told the guys yet, but I'm not 100% on my pick yet, so I'm not going to say it, but I will tell you that it is not hip hop, and I think it's really gonna surprise some people what the next one's gonna be, because it'll be a shocker for sure.
Wait,
but it's an artist that I absolutely love.
It's not
Celine Dion.
It's not hip hop. Okay.
It's not even close to hip hop.
Wow. Okay.
So
it's Celine Dion.
It is.
That's my money.
It might be Celine Dion. We'll see.
Nips will be happy.
Yeah. Quick question for you though.
Yes.
Has there been any one of those music artists that you've listened to that have like completely blown you away? That you were like, I don't know if this is in my wheelhouse, but then after you listen to it and you talk about it, it just sort of like it's like on your constant playlist or something that you've added to it.
Definitely. There's definitely been things that I've liked and disliked. I think it's funny. So Zan was on our show and he did a guest pick for an album, and he was the first guest pick that we ever did. And Zan, I love you. I know you're going to listen.
And the last.
So this will be the first time that Zan's hearing this too. But I think the general consensus was that I really fucked up by letting Zan pick an album going into the show, because we all equally hated the album so much. And it was the first time that we had let someone else come into our small little group of 4 people and pick an album to talk about. So we're going into recording the show, and everyone's like, I don't even want to talk about the album. Like, it's not, we hate it, right? Like, it just wasn't anyone's cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Something amazing happened. Zan came in and started talking about the album and started talking about things that we didn't pick up on because we were so focused on how much we just couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
And by the end of the recording, I appreciated the album so much more than when we started recording.
Nice.
And it's so funny because here I am listening to this album for like 2 or 3 weeks and just dreading it. And like, there might have been communication going back and forth just about like, do I really have to listen to this again? But yet after doing the recording and then editing it, like I actually had this like appreciation for what it was. Have I listened to the album since then? No, but like it was really cool to me that I went from hating it and not wanting to record the episode to just like really having an appreciation for it and learning something by the time we got done, even though I had so many notes and have been listening to it for so long. So it's little things like that I think are really, really cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's made me appreciate different kinds of music that I normally wouldn't listen to either. So thanks for doing it, man.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for doing those. One last question for you. So if I picked up on the subtext from what you said, you have a CD?
Oh yeah. I have recorded audio hip hop from the mid 2000s for sure.
Really?
And
is it on Spotify?
No. So this
Damn it. I was going to say, and Hazel's going to play it right now.
No, it's not on Spotify. I can get it to you though. So I did music with a roommate and a best friend for the end part of my music career. And it was one of those things where when you live with someone in the same house and your recording studio is in the house and all you're doing is going to work, coming home, partying, recording music, and just being there with those same people for like years, it wears, man. And like it just got to the point where like I think it was like 2006, the group that I was in, we just kind of ended it. Like there's just personal stuff got in the way and egos got in the way, and we were in our 20s, you know how you are in your 20s.
Yeah.
And so
no
like it just there was no personal time, right? Like we lived in the same house. Like first we lived in an apartment together, and then I bought a house and he moved in the basement. And then you have this weird dynamic where it's like my house and he's renting from me. You know, and other things too, other factors come into play, like, hey, it's a nice summer day and my fiance is sitting upstairs and we could go outside, but instead I'm sitting in this basement for 13 hours, like mastering a track, you know, and stuff like that. Like, you know, it all just kind of built. So 2006 is when the group ended, and I recorded for like another year after that with the sound engineer guy. And then things we lost, the magic had been lost, right? Like the drive to do the music. Yeah. Like just the creativity wasn't there anymore. And it was more about like proving that I could keep going without my buddy versus like doing music because I loved it. And that happens with life, right? Like you switch hobbies and things change, and it is what it is. So it was like the MySpace time. So I had a MySpace account for a band, you know, this was before like Facebook and Spotify and all that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
But I will say, we had weeks where we were on the top 10 MySpace recording artists with like Tila Tequila and Mac Lethal
awesome.
That's awesome.
I remember all those artists.
Yeah. Like when all those guys were blowing up, like I did work promoting because I was in the music industry. I knew how important it was. So as we were mastering tracks, I was on the internet promoting the music. And I mean, I'm sure I have it still, but I have screenshots where we're literally in the top 10 for all of the people on MySpace for like hits for music plays that week and stuff like that. So yeah, I didn't have Spotify or any of that stuff, but we did have our moment of fame in MySpace world.
Hey, if you can remember that screenshot, if you could send it to our chat, we'd love to put it in our Instagram.
Yeah, well, that would be a deep dive into my hard drives. I mean, we're talking 20.
I know.
You know,
it's been a while.
2005.
Yeah, like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. I'm sure it's there, but
hopefully it's in the cloud somewhere. I know. I was trying to dig up an old photo from 2006 today, and I was like, it's not even in my phone anymore. It's somewhere in the cloud. Yeah. Good luck finding it.
No, I mean, I have it. I'm very OCD about that stuff, and my wife likes taking pictures. So I have like 8 or 9 gigs of, or I'm sorry, 8 or 9 terabytes worth of
Oh yeah,
photos and videos from over the years.
that's awesome, man. Good.
That is great. I still miss our MySpace. You know how you could have music when people go to your page.
It was a really cool concept, right? Like the pages were junk, right?
Completely.
But for the time, like, what a cool thing. Like, I can put 4 songs that I really love on this playlist, and they're my songs or songs I like or whatever, you know, and it was awesome.
Dude,
Yeah,
I remember
fucking Tom too, you know? I mean,
yeah,
everybody's first friends.
Yep.
I remember when Napster came out. I thought it was the best thing ever. It was so great.
Dude.
Napster.
Dude, downloading a song on a 56K modem.
Yes.
I remember going over to my buddy's house and like trying to download a song and like it'd be like come back tomorrow.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not that I ever did that, but I remember leaving for class and then coming back after class and then going like, shit, it's still not done.
Oh yeah.
And then you hope you don't get disconnected. Oh, I mean, so many fun times. So many fun times back then. Well, hey, Fluffy, thanks for catching up, man. It's good. I'm really glad you're doing well. I'm really happy for you and your family.
Definitely.
Your podcast is rocking, man. Just keep them going. I love listening to that every week. So,
thanks, guys.
Well, hey, Hazel, last speed run of the year.
Oh shit! Let's do it.
What's gonna happen? All right, we'll do it.
I'm ready.
You ready? All right.
I'm ready.
Yeah. You gave him the questions already, right? Shit!
Yeah,
Are
I
you
have
recording?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Fuck.
No, I haven't transitioned yet. We'll do that right after this.
Call the Praxic Order, call the Thanatonauts, the Ginseng Scribes, call everyone so they can witness you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the week. This segment is called the Speed Run. This is where we have a database of over 125 randomly asked questions, and Mr. FluffyFingersMD here will have 60 seconds to answer as many as he can. These are short 1 or 2 word answers, and at the end of the year, the guest with the most answered will win a cool prize and the title of 2020 Speedrun Champion. The questions are randomly asked, so no one can memorize the order, and just answer whatever comes to mind as quickly as possible. Tonight, I'm going to ask the questions randomly from our list. Hazel is our timekeeper and quality control expert. In the event of a questionable answer, Hazel's decision will be final. Good old Xanafan 711 is still the leader at 27 in 60 seconds. So, Fluffy.
So,
yes, sir.
Normally my resting heart rate is like 40.
Yep.
And I feel it in my neck. And this is the second time I've done it.
Really?
And I'm sitting up in the 80s right now, which isn't high for me.
No, that's a little
like when I'm running,
nervous.
you know, I'm obviously much higher, but yeah, normally like sitting in this chair, I've been like, you know, lower 40s and
yeah.
So yeah, apparently I'm very nervous. So let's kick Zan's butt.
All right,
All
man.
right.
I like this attitude. Good deal. All right. Last one of the year. Let's do it. Woo. All right, here we go. I'll try to read them as fast as I can. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Warlock, Titan, or Hunter?
Hunter.
Drifter, Evil, yes or no?
Yes.
Fishing or hunting?
Fishing.
Fallen, Vex, or Cabal?
Fallen.
Taking King or Forsaken?
Taking King.
What's the color of your toothbrush?
Blue.
Pen or pencil?
Pen.
Is chili soup?
Yes.
If you could live in any decade, which would you choose?
Now.
Sunset or sunrise?
Sunrise.
UFC or WWE?
No wrestling.
Describe yourself in one word.
Awesome.
Pineapple on pizza?
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how cool are you?
10.
Void, solar, or arc?
Void.
What is your favorite Destiny planet?
Europa.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
DC or Marvel?
Marvel.
Where is your ideal vacation?
Hawaii.
Morning person or night owl?
Morning.
Cake or pie?
Cake.
Have you ever been in a band?
Yes.
Vader or Yoda?
Vader.
Are you afraid of heights?
Yes.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yes.
Do you like black licorice?
No.
Horror movies, yes or no?
No.
What is your... Oh, you're gonna kill your... Oh my god, I think I know what I... Okay, keep your cool, Gator. All right.
Is that one short?
Hazel, how did he do?
I was so fucking rooting for something. 27.
Yes.
Yes.
You tied him. You tied him.
I'll take a tie.
Dude.
Take a tie.
Well, okay, what this means is on our January 1st episode, it'll just be me and Hazel. We've got a couple top 10 things we're going to do on our own. We're going to have a drawing. You're going to have a 50-50 shot. But I think what I'm going to do, however way it turns out, you're both still going to get a t-shirt.
That Europa question, man, I could have got Zan. I paused.
Which one?
The Europa.
Yeah, favorite planet.
Oh, favorite planet. Yeah. I read them as fast as I could. This is exactly the speed I read them to Zan. So, and usually,
no, I'm okay with it. I think I got close to Admiral Nips on my first attempt. So this was much better. I was more prepared.
Well, you know what? That is a good question. Let's find out how many good old Admiral Nips got this year.
Well, can we say he didn't hit 27?
Well, he didn't hit 27, but I don't know about you, but I'm kind of curious how many he did get. So,
bragging rights.
There's no participation medal, Rob.
Oh no!
Oh man, it's already getting slung. You know he's coming back next year.
And then you smacked him with the whole no wrestling thing too.
Oh yeah, but
yeah. I'm really glad that I answered that one truthfully.
Oh my gosh.
I was in my head as I was saying it, I was worried I was going to actually say one of the two options.
Oh my gosh.
But I answered truthfully, so I'm happy about that.
That was classic. That was so classic. I'm trying to find the damn document of our schedule.
I really tried not to lose it when you said that. I
know. RNG Gator was just probably writhing right now.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny because we have an annual wrestling podcast episode every year.
Okay, here I have it in front of me. Here we go. Mr. Admiral Nips was on our show on May 22nd, 2020, and he got 24 questions correct, or in 60 seconds.
Man.
Wow, that's got to hurt, Rob.
Those are rookie numbers.
Oh no! Oh shit! Hazel, I think we created a monster, man. What the hell?
Oh yeah. No, the monster was always here.
Well,
this is how our podcast works. If he would have beat me, he would have just said that he assumed that he was going to beat me, obviously, and then he would have rubbed it in my face. Gonna
be some interesting talk before the holidays here, Hazel, between these two. Well,
yeah.
I tell you what, congrats, dude. I'm pumped for you. I mean, I couldn't think of
congratulations.
I couldn't think of two better guys to get the speedrun champ this year. So you guys are both champs. Let's just say that right now. Now, who gets the special prize? It'll be a drawing because I can't give it to you both, obviously.
Well, I have Zan in my life already, so I feel like I already got the special prize.
All right, cool. Well, you both have a 50-50 shot at it, and whoever gets it, we'll draw it. We'll figure it out somehow. But me and Hazel will draw it somehow, and you'll have a 50-50 shot. So, see, I planned on more people being in that group, but once Sin and Kingsley started it, and they got 26, and I'm like, man, no one is ever going to beat these guys. And then Zan, just out of nowhere, he surprised the hell out of us, just swooped down and took the lead, and he's had it for a long time, man. Several months. So, impressive, dude. Impressive.
Awesome.
All right. Well, before we go, we have one little bit of housekeeping to do.
Yes.
We had all throughout this year, we've asked our listeners to enter speedrun question ideas into our speedrun question ideas channel in our Discord. And I have carefully written every one of them down on a list. We had outstanding ideas, gang. So thank you. We will use every bit of these questions in our next season's new and improved, again, speedrun and we have a little announcement here. Me and Hazel have been talking, and well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's have Fluffy. He's going to pick a number between 1 and 79 because we have 79 entries, and whoever gets that number, whoever that number corresponds to, will win a $25 gift card of their choice. So let me pull up my list. And Hazel, do you want me to send you the list so it's fair?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to copy and paste it here, and I will put it right in our chat so you know that we're all on the same page.
So I'd like to point out the child in me would like to choose 69, but I'm gonna do something different, guys. I'm gonna
96.
improvise here, and we're gonna see if this works or fails horribly. So let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
All right, 1 through 79.
All right, you got the list right in front of you, Hazel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Fluffy Fingers, 1 to 79. What's your number?
All right, guys. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
Okay, Google. Pick a number 1 through 79.
Here's a random number, 61.
There you go, 61.
That was a great idea. 61. That is Plucky Hero.
Yes, sir. I confirm.
He's very new in our Discord, and his question was McDonald's or Taco Bell. So that'll be on next season's speedrun question. We'll be adding to our list. So congratulations, Plucky Hero. $25 gift card.
Yes, and just a little twist here is Fluffy, pick one more, and I will throw in $25.
Okay.
As well.
Ooh. Okay. I like this.
Ooh, I like this. All right, let's do it.
I'm gonna pick this time. We did the fun Google thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with number 5.
Number 5 is BitDead.
It did.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Apple or cherry pie is his question. Awesome.
We have BitDead coming on the show soon.
Oh man, I'm jealous. We've been trying to get him on. He's so busy.
I
can't wait, dude.
It's a very, very early morning episode for us.
That's the only
no drinking.
Yeah, it'll be a very sober show.
I can't because I forgot that I forgot to put it on my calendar, and I booked a snowboarding day with the family.
Oh,
I was looking at my notes for upcoming shows, and I'm like, oops. I'm like, how about we meet an hour earlier than we had talked about, because I have to take the entire family out snowboarding after we get done recording.
Well, that'd be good. You'll be sitting in your chair. You'll be all ready to get up and move around afterwards. That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
That'll work out good.
Nice.
Well, good deal. Well, we have an announcement to make. Hazel and I have talked it over, and we really like that everyone likes this crazy little game we've put on. And I guess it's 1.5 years now, Hazel?
Yeah.
So we have decided to bring back the speedrun in all its glorious abundance into our glory. And into 2021. I can't talk tonight. And have changed a few things about it. We're going to tweak a few things. So we now will have over 250 questions asked at random. So double the questions. And these are questions from our community. Plus, we have some surprise ones that me and Hazel are going to be adding. We might have help from our spouses as well. But now guests will have 90 seconds to answer as many as they can. Mainly for Hazel and I's amusement, to be honest. we have so much fun hearing what people reply to on some of these questions. So stay tuned, guys. As we get into next season, it's going to be crazy. I cannot wait to hear, like I said, what our guests reply to some of these questions. So good luck and congratulations to BitDead and Plucky Hero. You are our winner of our speedrun questions ideas drawing this year. So thanks, guys. Hey, why don't we move into some Destiny talk? Sound good, guys?
Ooh, yeah.
All right, we'll do
Sounds
that.
good. I think I know something about Destiny. Yeah.
Oh, you know how to read a TWAB word for word?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. We'll do that right after this. This week at Bungie, what do we got, Hazel? Oh, I mean, whoa. No,
we ain't got shit.
No,
is what we got.
No TWAB this week. Remember, last week was the last TWAB of this year. Bungie will be back probably.
God, you rookie!
I'm thinking it was second week of January when they'll have their next TWAB. I don't know, but we do have some.
Yeah.
We do have some updates to share, though. You know, before the end of the year here, so the last you'll hear of us. So we figured we'd throw some updates out there and some information that's come out over the last week that you might have missed. So Hazel, take it away.
Yeah. Yeah, so just a couple of quick notes here. Mainly for PSN people, the last update that went out was they fixed the friends list thing where your friends list weren't populating.
Thank
So
God.
the only way that you had to do shit was either invite somebody to be in your clan or fucking hope for a miracle. So there's that. They fixed that. They fixed some issues with screen tearing. They buffed warlocks because they need more bullshit.
Yes, we do.
Moving on, trying to screw something up for Raven so that way he can go ahead and call us out on Saturday. And mainly the main thing here that I took from all of the updates is that they increased the charge time on the cryptolith lure.
Mhm.
So that way it charges twice as fast, thank God.
Yeah.
And that
more.
they increased the cap to 5 instead of 3 because they were assholes and left it at 3, so you had to charge the motherfucker
One more
like
to get
twice.
Yeah, no, it's so stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So so they fixed that shit, thank God. And now you can go ahead, burn through that, and congratulations, you got your 5 charges. You soup that up, and then you go forth on to greatness and get your pinnacle, or tier 3, depending on where you are.
Mhm.
So, aside from that, one other quick note is the Gator has been badgering me to mention this, and with it, no, I know it's important because you're a bounty whore, but everything is going to reset.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
On Sunday for the at noon for the dawning, and this is going to go on through January 5th because that's when the dawning ends at reset. So every Sunday at noon, be prepared for everything to reset for you, good or bad. So
For the dawning. For the dawning only.
yeah, for the dawning, yes. So just be prepared for that. Again, this will drop after that, but hey, FYI, that's what happened to your shit on Sunday, just so you know.
Yep. Just when I knew I would be, when I first read that, I knew I'd be the one caught not finishing my weekly dawning stuff. What?
Bounty whore.
What? Whatever. Dude, I need to make more cookies, man. Come on. It's all about the cookies.
How great
What
is it
about
that
the
you can
cookie?
buy bounties
cookie?
via your cell phone now?
It's pretty cool.
Aw,
It's pretty cool.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
So, if anyone else is having trouble with this, apparently with Pixel phones, you have to delete the Destiny app and re-download it. It's not like just get an update and it works. It was on my phone and someone else's phone that I was playing with. It would just spin. And so when I deleted the app and re-downloaded it, then it started working. So if you run into that issue, you probably just re-download the app.
Nice. That's a great idea. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that we were all like kind of like bashing Gator about it when we were trying to. He was
I knew
like,
you bring it up.
he's like, I can't do it. I don't know what the hell's going on.
There's no bounty button. What the hell?
There's no bounties. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, it's there for me. And then Kingsley had to take like 5 minutes out of our raid to go ahead and walk him through buying how to re-download the app and stuff like that. So
Yeah. If you didn't do the update manually, the button didn't show up, and I know that because it wasn't on my Pixel, and I could not figure it out, and I was just clicking on all the vendors, and I'm like, I can see the stupid bounties, I can't buy them because the acquire bounty button wasn't there. So then I downloaded the update, and it still didn't work. I had to actually delete it and re-download it.
See, all I had to do on my Apple is I just needed to just do the update. I thought I had it on automatic
call
update.
Kingsley.
Well, I thought I had it on automatic updates, but for some reason it didn't update, so I just do it manually. No big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't. Sometimes when you do auto update, it doesn't update immediately when you think it should. So, but yeah, those are the main updates there.
Okay.
Did you guys have any things to add regarding any of that?
On bounties. So
Yeah.
I also believe in acquiring bounties as much as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like especially playing PvP. Like I'm always trying to grab those extra Crucible ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I do the fun game of like delete the ones that don't apply to my loadout. So sometimes I get 5 that are good, and sometimes I spend like 30,000 glimmer getting the 5 that I need.
Yeah, right there with you.
Which leads me to Spider. going into this content drop, they said these are the things that are going to be disappearing from your vault. And I threw out Forsaken, had built up over 1,000 of every single mat. Anytime Spider had the mats for legendary shards, I got sick of running out of mats, and I would just buy a few hundred, to the point where I had 1,000 plus of everything, and some things were closer to 2,000. And so when they said that they were going away and you weren't going to get much for them, I went to every single planet and I spent every single mat before the new stuff dropped.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I emptied it all out because they're like, you're going to get some glimmer for it, and that's going to be it. And I'm like, well, I might as well get, some
of your legendary shards back. You can just dismantle
legendary
all the legendary
shards and masterwork cores, or whatever.
Right.
You get a bunch of stuff for turning them in and dismantling them, even if they're crap.
Yeah, my heart is breaking right now. I know where this is going, but
and so now when you need to buy glimmer, because I don't know about you guys, but I will go from 250 glimmer down to 0 in one day of playing.
Yeah.
You go to Spider and it's like, oh yeah, you need the mat that you can't acquire anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
And and we're also not selling it. So not only can you not buy glimmer, but you can't buy the mat to buy glimmer anyways.
And Bungie, please bring back damn legendary shards. Not everybody has a stockpile of legendary shards like we do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I have thousands. So that's not, I'm not one of those people. I have a problem. I play this game a lot, but Glimmer is one of those things that I can have a Glimmer Ghost on. I can run the Glimmer mod where, you get precision shots. It rains Glimmer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll do bounties and I'll still run out. No problem. I'll run out. And it's sad that I could play all day and I still have to go to Spider to buy it. But it is what it is, right? There is strategic planning in Glimmer, right?
Right.
If every mat was easy to get, like Bright Dust or Legendary Shards, it loses its value in game, right? It doesn't give you that grind aspect. So I understand why it's there. I understand the science or the reasoning behind it, but at least make the mat that I need to buy Glimmer available through some sort of currency, if that's what it's going to be for the day, especially if we can't acquire it any other way.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we have a lot of Bungie devs that listen to us. So I'm sure they're going to hear that and they're going to, act on that right away.
Yeah. Well, I know you guys are best buds with Luke. So Luke, dude.
Yeah.
Get it.
Come on, man.
Yeah, because, actually that dream that Gator had wasn't actually a dream. He actually has a,
I might have a cease and desist. I can't go in 50 feet of his house anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he was in his bathrobe. So,
well, he did have a robe on. I thought he was a Jedi.
Yeah. No more LSD for you.
Wait a minute. Disclaimer, kids, don't do drugs.
Hey, unless it's Friday. Where are you guys right now with your light level and season pass?
Yeah, good question. What about you, Hazel? You want to answer first? Do you want me to?
Conveniently enough, I'm already in Ishtar. So, my pitiful warlock, who I've completely and utterly abandoned, I'm at 1236. And then that's basically not without my artifact. I'm plus 13 with my artifact. So 1236, and I really haven't done shit with my warlock. My Titan, I'm at 1250. And then my Hunter, I'm at 1254.
All right.
So, and then I'm at 1267. That's the highest with my artifact.
And what's your season rank?
Season rank, I think I'm at 80. I think.
Where's the easiest way to see season rank? I'm in Dims, Dim and on.
I'm in Dim too, and it doesn't always show it real easy.
Yeah, I went to the Destiny 2 app just to see. So.
Yeah, the companion app on your phone is the best way. It'll tell you right on the front page.
I'm at rank 87, so I shortchanged myself.
You're almost there, though. You're almost there getting everything.
Yeah, well, shit, man. I've got like fucking like 6 weeks left. I've got 54 days and 12 hours left to make it to 100. So I think I'm good. Just a feeling I have. I'm curious to see where you two grinders are.
Well, we'll go with you first, Fluffy. What do you got?
I am at a rank. Dude, I just closed it. I'm at season rank 143. I did not do any cheesing, so I know there was a couple exploits early in the season. I did not mess around with that at all. And also, I should note that the only thing that I did besides Iron Banner last week was a raid. I didn't play comp. I did no light level grinding at all last week. It was all Iron Banner, even after I got all my bounties done. Just Iron Banner the whole time.
Okay.
And I'm at light level 173 with a plus 17 for my artifact.
Where are you finding that? Because I can't find my season level even on my.
I clicked on the word season on my Destiny 2 companion.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm trying to find season.
And at the very
do you have to choose a character first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it automatically defaults to one of your characters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do we need to call Kingsley?
I swear I'm looking at the screen. I'm going to just go to the director.
So,
Season.
Director,
There we go.
yeah.
No, I'm good. I got it. I found it. I finally found it. Okay. I'm on Dem as well. My Warlock is at 1254 Raw, 1273 Artifact. My Titan's at 1253, 1272. My Hunter's at 1252, 1271. And I am at rank 187.
Oh, so we're very similar.
Yeah. We play about the same amount of time every day. You grind. I notice you hop on in the mornings before work. I do for about an hour, but then I'm gone. I usually play late at night, so that's when my time is utilized.
You damn bounty whores.
Well,
You know?
dude,
Yeah.
they're there. I mean, it's
They're
free.
there.
It's free XP and Glimmer and Bright Dust and yeah.
Yeah. So let it be known. Okay, I'm not a bounty whore, and I'm at 87.
So
but
you too. with my
Yeah.
with my tapes and with my video and tape program,
yeah.
you too
Yeah,
can
you
become a
too
level
can-
100.
can play the game and still get to 100 with still like probably 50 days left.
All right.
But,
easy.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I played almost only Crucible last season, and I took most of the first half of the season off, and I still hit rank 100 just playing Crucible and Crucible bounties.
Oh
so
yeah, definitely.
That's awesome.
I did raiding, but I did little to no PvE at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was the opposite. I
Yep.
did a lot of PvE and a little bit of Crucible last season, but I did what I had to do to get my pinnacles, and of course Iron Banner rolls around, I'm in all week. So
yeah.
And-
So I'm at the point now where only pinnacle gear matters.
Yep.
And I don't
Yeah.
my alt character is high enough. Like my Warlock's in the 170s, so I'll do pinnacle. At this point, I think I'll do pinnacle on my Hunter and then just play PvP
I mean,
for the rest of the season.
think about it. Think about it, Fluffy. What do we need highlight for now? The raid's 1220 to get
nothing.
in. There's
Yeah,
no.
the
There's
raids.
yeah. Master.
Yeah.
Well, no. Wait a minute. No. There is one thing, and I've still yet to do these. It's those damn legendary lost sectors to get those
I did.
exotic.
1280s.
I've been knocking that shit out, actually.
You've been doing 1280s.
Yes. It fucking gives me wood. I'll be brutally honest there.
That is awesome.
I like it.
It does.
I like it.
I'm like,
No, I get it, man.
I've gotten the Mask of Bacchus, and I'm like, I fucking love this shit.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
so amazing.
it's
is.
so challenging, and it's just, you have to make sure you have the right loadout. The first like 6 times I was like, fuck this, I'm getting just destroyed.
But you learn.
then- yeah, exactly. You have to adjust and
Hey,
everything like that.
You only have like 5
So
shots, right? And then they kick you out.
3 shots.
3.
Ooh,
I
even
think.
worse.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No,
So-
it is more than 3, isn't it?
Well, if you kill any of the champions, you get an extra revive.
Oh, is that what it is?
okay.
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 So, yeah, I went in because I really wanted the blink mask for my Hunter for PvP.
Yeah, the mask. Yeah.
Yeah,
Backwards.
so I when it was a helmet, I was like, I'm gonna grind this until I get it. Like I just would check every day, and I'm like, I'm not gonna worry about it until it's a helmet, and then I'm just gonna grind the 1250 for the helmet until I get it. And like you said, man, I remember going in and you go in and you start shooting people and you realize you don't have the right element or the right buffs on or whatever it might be, and you just reset and reset and reset, and then all of a sudden you're getting like halfway through, and then you're getting a little bit further.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden you're at the final boss and you still have all of your lives left because you've realized where everyone spawns and where you need to be, and my first completion is when the mask dropped for me. So
Nice.
I like super lucked out. Yeah, I really lucked out.
Has
on
anybody
that.
gotten a Cloud Strike yet?
Yes.
I got the Cloud. I wasn't even grinding for it. I got the Cloud Strike running bounties. I was like, I got some bounties to run. Yeah, I was like, I got some bounties to run. I guess I'll just jump in and just do these real quick.
Congratulations. You both are ahead of me in that respect. I have not gotten any of. I haven't done any of the legendary lost sectors. I've been a little intimidated, and I've run the what do they call them? The hunts. To get the Cloud Strike.
Empire
hunts. Yeah, that's it. And I've run those several times and haven't had any luck yet. So you guys are way ahead of me there. I got a lot of work to do. It's Iron Banner was Iron Banner week, so now I'm going to start grinding on that, I guess.
I put a picture in Discord for you guys.
All right.
And this is from PC Raid Night this week. And this is the final boss. And I want you to look at the damage. And that is 1 round of damage with people running Cloud Strike and Divinity. For those of you that can't see,
wait a minute.
Yeah, we got it to the K in Tanix the Abomination.
In one run?
Oh.
Yep, in 1 run.
Ooh.
And that is not everyone being highlight either.
Really?
There's some people in the 40s, maybe 1230s. A few of us were in the 70s, but
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
well, Tanix is at 1250 when you're fighting him, so
Right.
that's
Ooh. What do you
some work.
What do you think of the raid, Fluffy? What do you think of this raid, man?
Yeah.
I really, really like this raid. And I know we're gonna talk about raids and stuff, but
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Well, let's
use that as a segue.
Okay, let's just say that there's been some content creators out there. I won't mention any names that say the raids are too easy. I pose that question to you. Are the raids too easy?
I like this. So I'll tell you what I think about this raid, but I think it's important to talk about what this person talked about.
Yeah. Okay.
So we run the raids a lot. It's pretty much the only PvE activity that I really do quite a bit. And it's for me, it's just because of my buddies, right? Like
right.
I enjoy running raids, but it's really just I enjoy hanging out with my buddies. And we really like Argos as a raid team. That was always one raid where if we got done with whatever raid we were running that week and we still had time, we'd be like, let's go bang out Argos, because we can do it in 45 minutes, right?
The fun boss.
Yeah, and it's fun. And the thing about Argos is you have to communicate, right?
Yep.
And it gets very chaotic. Like, you can easily get overrun with ads, but there's so much opportunity for hero moments and for covering for your raid team.
Exactly.
And that is what I like about this raid. Is this raid reminds me of Argos so much. I think without a doubt we will be running this raid in 45 minutes to an hour within the next week or two.
Sure.
Easy, because we did an hour and a half on last night. An hour and a half last night. We messed up so many times last night on PC. One person had never cleared it last night, and I think 3 other people had only run it once. So I think it's going to be one of those raids that's really fast to run. But it's not one of those raids where if one person messes up, it's a wipe.
I hate those raids.
Yeah.
So-and-so messed up. Everybody wipe. I hate that.
Yeah, like in Crown, I think that's why I hated Crown so much, was because Crown could glitch out, and if something glitched out on Crown, or if someone messed up,
right,
and there are walls there, and both people went down, the raid's a wipe, right?
Yeah.
But in this raid, you can die with a buff, and that might be a wipe, but there's a lot of opportunity for people to cover for you. or for quick communication and quick action leading to a clear.
Right.
And I think that's what I really like about it is it's not necessarily that it's easy, but it's that it allows for a good team to cover for each other.
Yeah. It's a little more forgiving.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
but okay. I'll keep my comments to myself till it's my turn.
No,
Go
it's an
for it,
open
man.
conversation,
Yeah,
man.
do you guys remember Wrath of the Machine trying to put the pieces together? Everyone was, would have to drop the pieces. What was that? What was that encounter called?
Yes.
What the hell are you talking about?
The killer machine coming across the bridge, and you were trying to stop it.
The Death Zamboni.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
not the Death Zamboni. I'm talking about Wrath of the Machine, Hazel. Death Zamboni's in that. That's in that special.
No,
that's when you're on the
Zamboni,
bridge.
Wrath of the Machine.
Right.
Putting the pieces in.
You
the
remember
Zamboni.
when everyone died and you were the last person, everyone was cheering you on to get that last junky piece in the damn thing. And when you did, everybody was cheering. It was so much fun. It was the hero moment. Everyone died. All the damn vandals sniped everybody. And you're just hauling ass like, please don't kill me. And it's so funny watching because you're very, you're running very slow. But just, I can remember
you
that.
Can't see anything.
No, you can't see. And you're like, F it. Let's go. We're going for it, And this raid reminds me of that. Because if someone drops something or like the little light balls in the second someone drops it, they have to swap it out. You can grab it and run with it, and you don't have to stick to your role exactly. You can keep moving around as long as you understand. And that's what I like about this raid is the encounters are understandable enough where people who don't raid all the time can actually start to say, hey, start being proactive, and go, hey, if he doesn't get it, I'm on it. I'll grab it and I'll get it. I'll get that deposited into that charge and deposit into the whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called. But that's what I love about this raid, and that's what makes a raid fun. And I think Bungie realizes that when only 10% of Destiny players play raids, they said we got to change this. We're putting so many man hours into these raids for only 10% of our population to even enjoy. And let's face it, the raids are the pinnacle activity of Destiny. This is when you think Destiny, you don't think about doing patrols, you don't think about bounties, you think about that damn Vault of Glass raid where you finally got your damn Galahorn at the end.
And raids should be fun, right? Like, so Bungie has a way of making things artificially hard by just putting really hard bosses that are bullet sponges in.
Yeah.
And you can still get that. You can go do Grandmaster shit and scratch your eyes out and get frustrated and have to use 3 clips to kill someone. But that's not fun in a raid.
No.
Like, you don't want that in a raid. You want to be able to clear ads and be in situations where you maybe have to run to cover and you don't know if you're going to get there, or you're praying that one drag shot doesn't hit you on the way to cover. But if you're smart about it and you're communicating, you can get through it, And if you want to bring your friend who's going to sub for you, you can bring them through, and make it work. And I think that's important. And I think that they did a really good job on this raid. Like, I really like this raid a lot.
Well, Hazel, I know you got an opinion. I just want to say one more thing. Our community has never done so much raiding since Destiny 2 and we started this podcast.
No shit, right? I'm
loving seeing everyone engage, and I actually am loving seeing new faces raiding, because what I think the biggest problem with raids, there were a lot of my friends wouldn't even bother trying to do a raid because they were too intimidated that everyone was going to look at them for fucking up, And now it's like they're hearing word spreading that it's really fun and the moments we're having and stuff. And I'll even post videos sometimes of some of our clan night raids and stuff, and they'll watch that and go, hey, I think I could do that. And now we're starting to get participation in raiding. And I think what Bungie's done here is working. We're getting more people into the raid. Sorry, Hazel. I know you got your opinion on this.
Yeah, no. What I was going to say is pretty much what you're saying. It's just that I think that this is a great entry-level raid.
Yes.
So it's basically I'll be brutally honest with everybody that ever listens to this fucking thing, is that I watched 2 videos. I think I watched a Rick Kakis video that was like 30 minutes of his intro. And then the second video that I watched was Dado. And I watched those 2 videos, and then I went into this raid pretty much, for the most part, just watching those videos. And I had no experience with this raid whatsoever. We completed basically the first 3 encounters in about an hour. And then we made it to the final boss, and we spent like an hour there, and then we pretty much called it quits until the next day. We did it about an hour, maybe 30 minutes, and then it was done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so the topic of this section is basically is this raid too easy? And I mean, I think that to a degree that yes, it is, because to a degree, like, if you guys remember D1 raids, like starting in Kingsfall, they had a different mindset. What they did is they designed the hard raid first, the hard mode raid. And then what they did is they took some of the mechanics out of it. So that way it would be the normal mode.
Right.
And with this, I mean, since in D2, they don't really do hard mode raids anymore. No. And I miss that. I miss going in and getting that pinnacle gear pretty much for every drop.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm with you, man. I think if there was a hard mode version of the raid, I like that idea. I thought that was a cool thing in D1, and we ran hard mode most of the time in D1.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think that the rewards though in this raid are good.
Yeah. Shit, man, and the weapons
and the armor looks badass. The armor
weapons are good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, the armor is amazing.
I'm envious. The hunter one's look the best as usual,
dude. And I have this like blue silver
shader
armor, and I need to take a screenshot of it. My Guardian looks so badass.
Dude, send it to us. We want to put it on Instagram.
Yeah, I'll do it when I'm in game.
Gotcha.
The apps never do justice.
Sure.
No, they don't.
But I like that there's perks specific to the raid and specific to your roles. So like I'm always suppressor, so all my armor is void. So I can run all the void suppressor mods on my armor.
Right.
So it protects me while I'm doing my job. And the quote unquote secret chests are cool because you can get things that are already unlocked for you and perks that you don't have.
Yeah.
And then the last boss, he has that chest, right? So, like I'll do the raid and then I'll pull like another sniper, or I'll pull another shotgun, or I'll pull another hand cannon. I'll pull something that I want to get a better roll on. And I like that. I like that you have that option too. So I think they did really good with rewards, and I think, at least from raiding these past couple weeks, like I'm getting pinnacle gear that is much higher than other pinnacle gear that drops for me out in the universe. So that's cool.
Yeah.
But if they do a hard mode, I don't want them to just put bullet sponges in there. Like this raid was a lot of fun when I was at like 1240, 1250.
Right.
Like then it was really challenging. And I think that there's something about being challenged like that. I think that was fun, but I don't want to go in like me going into the Lost Sector at 1230 and trying to beat a 1250 Lost Sector. Like that wasn't cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, there was just something. I mean, I don't know. I miss the old D1 raids because do you guys remember when like they would do a challenge mode during hard mode, and then come to find out that was actually an easier strat than doing it the normal way that you did it, like, all the time before that?
Right.
Yeah.
I miss those moments where it was like, oh, hey, let's go ahead and do this. And then, we can, completely and utterly destroy Tanix and then, go from there.
Unless the challenge mode was orbs on Oryx and they had not patched the bug yet with the grenade, and you almost had all 16 orbs, and then someone like me throws a grenade because I'm in the middle with Lotus, and the grenade makes Ogre just randomly teleport and then wipe.
Yes. God, I remember that with the two, I would run Titan and put the bubble up in the middle with, the touch of malice.
Touch of malice, yep.
Good times.
But I just missed those moments, where it was like, hey, it's like Bungie outthought the whole community when they said, hey, if you don't touch the orbs, you can actually do a lot more damage, and then you don't have to do this. And it's like, fuck, that's brilliant.
I hear a lot of people say, remember Destiny 1. Is it just because we're more smart about Destiny now, or do you think they've actually stepped back on a lot of this stuff?
I don't think they step back personally. I think that every raid is different. I think some raids are better than others, and some raids are like per the video. Some raids have more mechanics. Some raids have more enemies.
Right.
Like let's look at like Last Wish, right? I love Last Wish. We ran Last Wish so much, and it took us a long time to get to the point where we could run Last Wish without any hesitation, just one phase everything, walk through it, right?
Right.
But it took time, and we had to learn how to do it, and we had to learn the DPS phases and what weapons to use. But then they went and they nerfed Trench Barrel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, like, we can't run Last Wish because there isn't a great option for DPS for Sorochi.
Yeah.
So
it's a tough raid.
It's I think, and then they made some other changes, and then it was doable again, and then some more weapons got nerfed, and then it wasn't doable. So I think, I think the meta plays into the difficulty ad wise and DPS wise. But I think I like raids that challenge you. I don't like raids that you have to use a clip on like just regular mobs,
Yeah. But then on the flip side of that though, do you like just walking through a raid? Should you be able to walk through a raid?
I was just going to mention the ads, the mobs in Deepstone Crypt are so stupid. On day, I was there day one, and I was trying to kill myself, just like I think Dado mentioned this in his video. And I was like, yeah, I feel you, man. I was sitting there, and they just looked at me. I was running into them, and they didn't know what to do. They need to tweak that a bit.
I think that might be the new, the whole physics engine thing versus the.
So they have maybe some adjusting to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But I did like his comment about how these should be like Gambit ads, not like like strike ads.
But Gambit ads.
I'll go in Gambit and say, okay, I need somebody kills this rifle. Let's get him done. Let's get him done right now. And all of a sudden, I'm running out there barely alive.
Yeah,
the Gambit ads are so smart.
But I think that Gambit does it right. Gambit is a good example of difficulty without having bullet sponges.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, definitely.
Those ads are easy to take down. But the ads spawn and mob you from everywhere, and that is by design.
Yeah.
And I think the raid has that somewhat, but it has a lot of safe spaces too. But if we think back on all the raids, like you learn where the cover is, even in Vault, like if you're doing Templars, like
you were
learn
up in the upper right area. Yeah.
You learn how to rotate to cover. And like even if the cover is small, you learn. So it's hit and miss, right? Like do you want ads spawning everywhere? Because you're still going to learn how to play the map and find your cover and heal when you need to.
Yeah.
I do agree that the ads could be smarter. I do agree that there could be more pressure from ads for sure.
Just a little. I mean, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Make them challenging.
Make them aware that you're there.
Well, and you look at what is it? The third encounter when you're in the room, and you're doing damage but not really doing damage on the boss.
Yeah,
right.
So that room's a good example, right? I feel like there's more pressure there from ads. Not necessarily that the ads are strong, but if you aren't aware of what's going on, like yellow bars can sneak up on you.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So. There's potential for them to add more or do something to the other ones, but I don't know.
Have any of you guys...
I do like that you're...
Well, I was going to ask you, I know they just started adding challenges to the raids. Has anybody done any challenges yet to see what they're like?
No.
No, but do you know what the challenge is this week?
No, I don't know. What is it?
It's everybody has to go down and shoot 2 of the panels. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm like, what kind of challenge is that? That's not going to make things any easier. All that does is lengthen the encounter.
You think there'd be another mechanic or something?
Well, I mean, but see, then again, that's the whole, thing that I mentioned with like D1, where, we thought that challenge mode would be something that would make it a little bit easier almost, where like it's more challenging, but it makes it a little easier at the same time.
And
I could see him saying something like everyone has to swap roles every round.
Yeah.
Or something like
Everybody
that.
Well, that's what it is. That's what this one is that everybody has to be operator for downstairs.
So you rotate.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's not too bad, I guess,
But that fits Bungie's MO though, recently, where they want everybody to know everything. They don't want you just to go like, hey, I'm suppressor. I don't want to touch anything else.
But I like that fact. I like the fact that everyone doesn't say, okay, I'm always a suppressor, so nobody get near me. I'm suppressor, I'm calling it. I like everyone to know all the different moving parts of the encounter. I like that aspect, but
yeah, same here.
As long as there's a hero moment where if someone drops the ball, you can come in there and swoop it up.
But how much of a hero moment is that?
Not for that. Not really. It's more of just to do this, do that.
Being at the right time, at the right place kind of thing. Now, I don't know. I just think that, like I said before, is that I think they're kind of taking away from those hero moments a little bit. Where they're kind of giving them to everybody, where everybody kind of goes like, oh, wow, it's like you pat yourself on the back instead of having somebody else pat you on the back. Like, hey, that was a great res that you did or something like that. This is more of, hey, I really, dodged a bullet when I, took out 2 of those, those, whatever they are that Tanix has, those little engines,
right?
When I got those 2 balls, it's like, good job for me. Versus everybody else in the party going like, holy shit, did you fucking see that?
Yeah.
You don't have too many of those moments in D2, I feel.
But Hazel, you're getting adept weapons, right? For this challenge, right? Completing it?
No,
that was my point. What do you get for it? Show me the loot.
Yeah, I think that would make a difference. I'm glad that they're bringing back some of that adept weapon stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe eventually they'll bring it to the raids.
I think they will.
They should.
God, can you imagine those raid weapons adept? Oh my God. Crucible, watch out.
So, here's the thing. Could the raid be more difficult? Sure. Is the raid going to be more difficult for anyone who is not in the 1270s like we are? Absolutely. You have to be much more mindful if you're in the 1230s or 40s or 50s.
Right.
It gets easier as you get higher up, and it's been that way with every raid, right? I mean, I remember when we banged our head against the wall for Garden, and by the end of the season, we were just not even really thinking running Garden. It was like, hey, we have a sub for Garden tonight. Does he need Divinity? Let's just make it a Divinity run and run it in under an hour.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Yeah, me and Hazel are doing a Divinity run this Saturday night.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a great gun, man. Yeah. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being a Divinity whore, that we all need for Deepstone Crypt.
Yeah, so. I'm tired of taking that position. And me and Kingsley.
I was Divinity all the way in Garden, but luckily Cloud Strike dropped for me the first week the raid was out, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Damn.
Yeah, so I had I got off of my Divinity.
You were too valuable. You were too valuable.
Yeah.
Someone else had to take it up. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I like it. Well, hey guys, good conversations. I like that. Anything else we want to talk about before we move on to our next segment?
No.
Hey, have you guys? Yes. I really like the Sparrow cheese in the first part of the raid. Have you guys been doing that, or have you been running it legit?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been doing it every single time.
Oh, you're shameless. You're shameless. Of course we do it.
I did. I ran it legit the first time.
Right.
So the first week it was out, we ran it legit.
Yeah, day one we did. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was awesome. Like trying to figure out how to get everywhere.
I couldn't see anything. It was crazy, man.
Yeah, and then we had. And then Hippo went all the way back to the beginning by accident because he hit the transmit thing.
Shit.
Yeah, and then we had to wait like an hour for him to get back
Oh
to
my
us.
God, really?
Yeah, it was really funny. But yeah, I've done the cheese ever since then, and it is. I hope they never take that out.
I hope so too, because I mean, I'm glad. I mean, it makes me happy to see that they can fix shit on a whim, basically.
Yeah.
But the things that they're leaving in, I appreciate that even more.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, they've been really good about fixing bugs, like taking things out of the game that are breaking the game, and then like they had stuff they were turning back around the same week, and that's dude. I work with technology and software and QA and testing, and like that's huge. Like there are some people that worked very hard, very long hours to turn that out that fast. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah,
I imagine they're
for them doing that.
Well, hopefully they'll get a nice rest. I'm sure they'll have a skeleton crew for any problems that arise during the holiday, but hopefully they'll get a nice, good rest and be refreshed come first of the year, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, Hazel? Anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Well, we still got a lot to talk about, guys. So let's move on, and we'll be right back. Hey gang, just a quick reminder, we now have a Destiny 2 clan, and Hazel and I invite you to be a part of it.
If you're looking to find a clan, now would be a great time to jump in and get to know some of these people that you've heard on the show. And we're not hardcore, so you don't have to worry about, us slave driving you to do raids and shit like that. Enjoying your time is basically all that we ask.
So, if you're looking for a clan out there, we have a permanent link in our Discord under our channel GDC Destiny 2 Clan, where you can find a link. Otherwise, look for Guardian Downcast or DOWN is our call sign.
We do ask that you join our Discord first, so that way we can communicate clan nights and things along those lines. And aside from that, you can lurk all you like.
Thanks very much, gang. Okay. So it's been an unusual year for entertainment, especially in the theaters. They've been all but shut down most of the year now, right? But home streaming services have come through for us in a big way. So since we're all essentially counting on our home entertainment services this year to keep us distracted from all the pandemic stuff in life, and the fact that this episode will be released before the Christmas holiday, and you might be with your family or needing some good ideas of what to watch when you're at home, taking a little time off, we've come up, each of us, our individual picks for the top 10 shows, series, or movies that we thought stood out above the rest this year. So here we go. We'll count down from number 10 to number 1. And we'll start with you, Fluffy. What is your number 10?
All right. So it didn't come out in 2020.
Close enough.
I got access. Yeah. I got access to Amazon Prime in 2020, or they made it so I could stream it on Chromecast. And so I started watching more Amazon Prime stuff this year. And one series that I always wanted to watch, because I watched it as a kid, was the Tick reboot. And they only did 2 seasons of the Tick.
Okay.
But I watched both seasons this year, and I'm really sad that show got canceled. If you haven't seen it, it is such a fun take into the superhero universe, and I think they did a really good job with the casting. It's supposed to be silly. The outfits are supposed to be ridiculous. That is what the Tick is. And I think they did justice to the cartoon that was from my childhood. So I was really happy with it.
I've seen it. It's on my list. Oh, God, my list is so big. There's a soundbite. Yeah, so that's a good pick, man. That's a good pick. It's been on my mind to watch that show, so thanks for mentioning that, because it kind of fell off my normal thinking. Hazel.
Yeah, no, it's worth it.
What do you got for number 10, man?
Okay, so I had trouble picking a number 10 just because there was a lot of good stuff out there. So what I ended up going with was The Outsider from HBO.
Oh, damn, I forgot all about that one.
Yeah. This one, I mean, it could easily be higher because this shit was fucking intense.
It's a great show.
And yeah, I was just speechless throughout. I mean, it was almost like, to me, it could have easily gone higher, but I had some sentimental things that I put up there higher. So
Okay.
but yeah, so for me, The Outsider, it was a great piece of scary TV to watch, and especially if you're a parent. So
is it horror?
It's kind of horror drama. It's light horror. It's not
light horror.
It's not blood gushing and everything. There's some bullet trauma and stuff you're gonna see, but
okay.
It's just very dark. And I remember me and Hazel at the beginning of this year,
pitch black.
Every week we'd say, "Man, did you watch The Outsiders this week?" Yep. It was a great show, man.
Yeah, and we just couldn't talk about it. We were just like,
I know, it was
happened.
It was so new, we didn't want to spoil it for others, so we had to be tight-lipped about it. But damn, it ended very well too. It was a very good ending. And
yes,
I still think the way the ending was, I still think there might be another season.
There is supposed to be another season, but they actually HBO canned it. They said they're not going to do another season. So if there is another season, it won't be through HBO. So that might be a good thing for some people. They can
looking at you,
pick
Netflix,
up a new season or a new show if they want.
Exactly. Good pick, man. Damn, you got me on that one. I didn't even think of that one. That was very early in 2020, so maybe that's what threw me off. My number 10 is Lovecraft Country. It's on HBO Max, and it is a horror drama. It was developed in the time period is in the 1950s, and it is based on the novel series by Matt Ruff, and it premiered, I guess, August 16th of 2020 this year. And the series, Bad Robot, all the really good production companies are involved in this. It's
J.J. Abrams.
It's really high level stuff. And the series is about a young black man who travels across segregated 1950s United States. He's in search of his missing father. He learns of dark secrets plaguing a town on which famous horror writer H.P. Lovecraft supposedly based the location of many of his fictional tales. There's the wiki on it. This show feeds my sci-fi itch, and man, I just did not realize how good a show this was going to be. I was bored one night and just said, F it. Let's see what this is about. I see a bunch of promos about it, and bam, it hit you square in the face. If you have HBO Max, do not sleep on this one. It's a really, really a sleeper show. You'll really like it, especially if you like sci-fi. Okay, that leads us to number 9. Mr. Fluffy Fingers MD, what's your number 9?
Oh man. We're gonna go with so what we did this year is when we were looking at shows to watch, the wife and I decided that we were gonna rewatch Psych from the pilot episode all the way to the movie. Nice. So we watched 8 seasons of Psych and the movie. We haven't seen the newest movie that's out yet, but although it didn't come out in 2020, if you haven't seen the series or if it's been a while, I really urge you to go and watch it again.
What's
chemistry between those two?
I'm sorry, what platform was this on, Fluffy?
Psych is on Amazon.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, yep. It was on USA back in the day, but
it was on the USA Network back in the day.
And I interrupted you. What was it about?
So, Psych is a very someone who has a very good memory and can just remember every detail about everywhere he walks, like a photographic type memory. And he basically opens a fake psychic detective agency, and just fakes that he's psychic because he's able to pick up on details that other people cannot.
That is awesome.
And it is a comedy, and it's a really fun show.
I'll have to look into that one. That wasn't on my list. Very cool. 8 seasons, huh? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was...
They're shorter seasons, though, I think, too. I think they were maybe 10, 12 episodes, maybe 13.
Yeah,
that's not too
12,
bad.
13, somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, it's there wasn't really any huge low points in the series. Like they just did a good job of rolling with it, and yeah, I enjoyed it.
Cool.
Again,
Mr. Hazelnut, what is your number 9 for the year?
All right. So, I watched a lot of, like, I'll say shit. So mainly like things like movies like that one where the alligators were inside the house in Florida called Crawl.
Yeah, I watched that at the theater.
Yeah, I watched a lot of shitty movies. But one of them in this whole span of 2020 that actually surprised the shit out of me was Guns Akimbo with Daniel Radcliffe.
I heard that.
Oh,
Yeah, I heard that was
It's
great.
fucking nuts.
Guns are like nailed to his hands or something?
Exactly, yeah.
Jeez.
And yeah, it was just a complete and utter blast from start to finish. And I was surprised pretty much almost every minute just to hear Daniel Radcliffe cuss and say a whole bunch of non-Harry Potter things. So yeah, it was one of those surprising movies. So
Very cool.
You like perfectly echo what everyone has said about that movie. Like everyone seems to just like say that it's really worth watching. So I tried to get the missus to actually watch that this week. But I'll put it higher on the list now.
Yeah,
That's
Hazel's
definitely on my short list.
Hazel's been bugging me to watch this for probably almost most of the year now, and I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it. So yeah, I will. I'll look into it. My wife and I.
I think you guys were talking about it. You guys were definitely talking about
Yeah.
this summer because I remember listening to it while mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Listening to you talk about it. So
Cool.
yeah, it was one of those surprising movies that was just like I didn't expect anything from this.
Yeah.
But then it had a couple surprises.
Cool. All right. Well, my number 9 is on Netflix. Song Exploder. This is one of my favorite music documentaries in a long while, and I've watched a lot of music documentaries about bands from the past, mainly because it takes one song, takes it apart piece by piece, hence the word exploder, and interviews the artist and an artist or artist involved and gets their honest take on their thought process. I consider it like a micro documentary because they're only like 25 minutes long. But my favorites from there's 2 seasons or 2 volumes they call out so far. Season 1, my favorite was Michael Stipe with REM. I mean, you were in that guy's head, what he was thinking, his insecurities, a lot of great stuff that you never would have found out about. Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails and The Killers were my favorites from the latest one, which just came out, by the way, just a couple days ago. Gotta see those two. Trent Reznor is one messed up dude. That's what I figured out. That guy was just tortured as a kid.
How do you not know this?
No. I mean, I knew. I was a Nine Inch Nails. I listened to Nine Inch Nails, but they weren't my favorite group. They were too dark. There was something, the strange music he always made. Now his mainstream stuff, I latched onto that, but Downward Spiral, I have the album. I have the CD still. But I didn't listen to it a lot because it was just very strange back then when it came out. It was so ahead of its time.
It was very dark.
It was very dark. Mm-hmm. It was very ahead of its time. I mean, it was a what do you call it? It was a project. It wasn't really a mainstream album. And that's what he even says about, I won't spoil too much, but he talks about all of that in his interview. And he even says one thing, he goes, how did you even know about that? I'm telling you, whoever does the research on this show, kudos, because it is a fantastic, and it's a lot like what you do, Fluffy. You guys take an album and you start dissecting it song by song. That's what I love about that. So yeah, that's my number 9, Song Exploder. It's on Netflix. Check it out.
Cool.
All right,
nice.
that goes to number 8. We'll zero back over to you, Fluffy. What's your number 8?
So a little bit different than some of the other shows that we've been talking about. This is a news/comedy show. Entertainment maybe.
Okay.
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
Good pick.
I have to give him props, man.
Yes.
Every episode I respect him because he brings such quality content to the table.
Yep.
I think he really does a good job of making people think, of opening people's eyes to how things really are. And I think in general, like, while he's hilarious and I love his comedy style and everything else, I think he brought really important things to the table, and I think he did a lot of good things. And I think in general, like, the show in general is just trying to make the world a better place and to bring awareness to injustices and stuff. And I think he killed it. And I'm sad that they're taking a break until February, is it, when the next season starts? But yeah, I really just enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah. How many other shows can you say that are like that?
No, there aren't any.
I mean,
well,
maybe
those days, maybe the late shows. Sometimes they but he makes it a full 30 minutes about you know who. So
yeah, I think I mean I think the late shows touch on it for sure.
Yeah.
I think the Daily Show was the first version of it.
Yeah.
And he was on the Daily Show,
Yeah.
and I think he took what Jon Stewart did and just made it even better.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, good pick, man. I'll just say that right now. That was one of my honorable mentions. I couldn't put it in my list because I don't know why I didn't, but there's just so much competing for the list, you know.
Yeah.
You have to decide, you know, it's like your children. You're like, oh, I can't, you know. So yeah, good pick. Solid pick, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed you would have watched that either. That surprised me.
Oh, I loved it. Love it.
Hazel.
I think he's saying you sound like a Republican. No, I'm just kidding.
No. I kid. At least number 8 for you, Hazel. I'm curious what you picked for number 8 here.
So, I don't know. I felt obligated to throw this in. I could have been an honorable mention, but they're doing some fantastic things on here. I had to go with Mando.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
what
Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was on my list. I took it off because I figured you guys were going to talk about it, or it was assumed, right?
Exactly, right. Yeah, that was my thought too. I'm like, somebody's gonna mention it, so.
Well, that's what I thought you guys were gonna do. All right.
Yeah, exactly. And then sure enough, the shit wouldn't have gone on there, and then people would have given a shit about it.
Then Raven would be on the horn with us. That's for damn sure. It's like, I can't believe you wouldn't put Mando on there. Yeah. Oh, and the fact they got Bill Burr involved. I mean, they got so many different castmates in this. And have you guys seen behind the scenes on how this was made? If you haven't, it's the gallery. You got to see it, guys. It's on Disney Plus too.
You know what though? Bill Burr, like they interviewed him like back during the summer.
Yeah.
And that bastard said he was not going to be part of it. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to be part of it. It's he's like, they're going a different direction this season, and everybody was just like, oh, okay. Well, you were really cool in there and everything else, and I'll be damned.
He had a certain flavor he added to it. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did a great job acting too for a comedian. Most comedians, you know, are hit or miss with acting, and I thought his acting was on point. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, number 8. I had to mention this. It technically was December of last year, but The Expanse season 5 just came out today. Today, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, got to move stuff around because The Expanse has to be mentioned. It's based on the novel series, the sci-fi novels by James S.A. Corey. And it's set in the future where humanity has colonized the solar system. It's kind of like Destiny. I mentioned this in prior shows where we've talked about it before. And I just got to reiterate that it's a fantastic sci-fi series. And it is on Prime Video, by the way. And the first episode came out in 2015. So I think they wait a whole year to tape between shows. I say tape loosely. But man, when they come out with a new series every year, it's very good. So check it out. It's really good. And if you read the novels, you'll follow right along with it, know what's going on. Mm-hmm. I didn't read the novels.
They've taken some liberties with the novels.
Well,
they've made it better, honestly.
But you know who's who, and see, I didn't know any of this. I went in cold. I didn't read the novels. Sorry, Laz. He's gonna crucify me for that. But I didn't read any of the novels. I'm not a reader. I watch movies. That's what I love to do. And when I started watching this, me and Laz started communicating about it. It's really good. So Yeah, that's my number 8. So that leaves number 7.
Delightful!
What do you got, Fluffy?
Another one that I think mistakes were made by ending the series. It's a very special type of comedy. They do a good job of making it funny, of making fun of the 80s and 90s while making it relatable. And I loved it so much. I'm so sad it's gone. Future Man, the final season of Future Man was this year.
Okay.
And if you haven't seen Future Man, it's ridiculously stupid, but in the best way possible. And they do a good job of stereotype casting people and just the jokes, and it was just well written all around, and I really love the character development throughout the 3 seasons. So definitely cannot suggest Future Man enough if you like laughing while you're watching TV shows.
And what?
Nice. Yeah, that's on Hulu.
I was gonna ask.
Yep,
I was just gonna ask
Hulu.
that. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that was fun. I watched the first season of it, and then I forgot about it, unfortunately. So yeah,
It gets better, man. Like they just every season was better than the previous season. I think they did a really good job of if you watch the first season, you know what it's about. They did a good job of continuing that story.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, what do you got for number 7, Hazel?
I had to add this. So I picked something near and dear to all of our hearts. Birds of Prey, The Emancipation of Harley Quinn.
Oh my God.
I
We do not see eye to eye on this movie.
I've never seen it, so pitch it to me, because I've heard ups and downs.
Okay, so Fluffy, did you watch Batman the Animated Series when you were growing up?
I'm sorry. I totally understand the basis of it. I mean, what do you like about it? Why are you adding it?
Because it's a more mature version of that.
Okay.
Basically, they say fuck.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so absurd and scattered and things like that, just like the show was with Harley Quinn. And it just skewered exactly who she is and her story and just everything about that. And it was, to me, it was just brilliantly told. I dug every minute of it. It brought me back to watching, the animated series, basically.
Awesome. Yeah, and I grew up with that too, man. I mean, I watched the hell out of that cartoon.
Maybe that's a disconnect I have with you guys, but I thought it was just annoying as hell.
Well, you were probably you had some age on us, man. So
Yeah,
you were probably out of that cartoon
That's what I'm thinking.
genre.
My wife looked
time.
at each other. We saw it at the movies. I was so excited to see it. And we looked at each other like, this is, God. It was just
the other side of it too is that it's not a Marvel movie.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So it wasn't as polished, and it wasn't as, sanitized or sterile as a Marvel movie is.
Yeah.
Because you were actually following along with a villain for the first time.
And you get in her head, and it's such a manic movie that you better hang on for dear life the whole movie. Maybe that's what annoyed us. We're old people. We need to be nice and regulated speed, please.
Well, I added it to my list of things to watch.
You'll like it if you watch the cartoon series. You'll like it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Because I've scrolled past it a few times, and we've opted not to watch it because there's a lot of negative reviews. Like I never watched Justice League for that same reason, or Batman versus Superman for that same reason. So
Right.
I'll give it a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. My number 7 is The Masked Singer on Fox. This is I guess you could call this my weekly silly show. Nick Cannon is the host. There's a panel of judges: Ken Jeong, Jenny McCarthy, Nicole Scherzinger, and Mr. Robin Thicke. And there's 3 groups of 5 celebrities. They hide under a masked costume and sing, which is kind of usually a hidden talent that people don't know about. One by one, each is voted up the chain until the finale, which is this week for this season, where a winner is announced. Here's the twist, though. If the celebrity gets eliminated, they don't get the most votes. They have to demask at the end of the show and let everyone see who their true identity is. And the judges, of course, have a little side bet going on of who they think it is. So it's just really silly fun and very entertaining. And a lot of these are people you would never think to sing. Who was the quarterback for the Jets? Not this year, but last year. He got traded. Or I think he actually retired. Damn it. Sorry to put you on the spot. I can't. Sanchez?
Mark Sanchez?
He was one of the singers.
And you give me shit about fucking Harley Quinn.
It's regulated speed. There's commercial breaks.
And you watch Mark Sanchez singing.
No, he was under a costume. I didn't know it was Mark Sanchez.
It's probably better than watching him play football.
Yeah, I was just going to say, good one. Good one. I was just going to come back with that. Okay, good. So we're on number 6, right, guys? We're almost halfway there. What do you got, Fluffy? Number 6.
The Netflix series. I was late to this after hearing JC Jesse talk about this over and over and over again on his show. I finally sat down and watched all of Peaky Blinders.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's on my list.
And it is if you like gangster type of shows, this is old school, like, England gangsters before the cars were invented is the first season. It's amazing. Like, it's so awesome. It's such a great series. It would be one that I would have no problem watching a second time through. I think they just did a really good job with the characters and just everything about it. So
cool. Yeah, it's on my list. There's, like I said, there's so much on my list that I want to get to, but there's so much. Isn't it great to be alive right now, man? Damn. There's so much great stuff. So much great stuff. All right, number 6 for you, Hazel. What do you got?
This was a kind of like a sequel to a movie that and graphic novel that was made. It's Watchmen on HBO.
Oh, damn it, another one I forgot. I forgot that one too. That was a great. Damn, that was good.
That series gets you keeps you guessing until the last episode, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you, like me, I didn't know anything about the Watchmen comics, so I went into it completely blind. Dude, I didn't know about the whole God, what's it called? The
Mr.
Oklahoma
Manhattan
thing. No, the Tulsa riots.
Oh yeah. It was tied into a real life event.
The Tulsa riots?
Yeah.
I had no idea that was a real thing until I watched the show this year.
Oh,
wow. That's how
and the timing
whole,
was
thing of being, dropped from the educational system and whatever. That's a different topic.
Right.
But holy shit, just that part, and then learning, seeing that scene, and then later learning that was actually
real.
Some shit that really went down. I was like, oh my God, dude. Why is this? And every American should know this.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little embarrassed, actually, for my race during that. Yep. Damn, I wouldn't get political.
No, it's a great pick though.
But that's part of the thing about the show is that it was political.
It forced it on you. You had to take a side.
Yeah, it was very uncomfortable, but it was completely and utterly well done. How they did it.
Yeah,
they nailed it. I mean, like I said, dude, till the very last episode, it was amazing.
Okay. Number 6 for the old Gator. Apple Plus has some they put out some great entertainment this last year. And this was their first major movie release of the year. Well, for me it was anyway. It's Greyhound. It was released on July 10th this year. It had Tom Hanks, Elizabeth Shue, and Stephen Graham. It's about a World War II destroyer ship captain whose first mission as a new captain is to escort 37 ships across the dangerous Atlantic Ocean and to supply the Allied forces in Europe. And they had to deal with all of the German U-boats back then, which terrorized these convoys. And this was his very first, he just got promoted to destroyer captain. And this is what he had to deal with. So he got thrown right into the wolves, and literally that was their name. It was the wolves.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? But you know what's great about that? You know what's great about this movie? It's so realistic. I felt like I was sitting there in the command box tower room of the ship, just watching this entire gut-wrenching journey. Tom Hanks was on point, of course. That's expected. This was one of my favorite movies of 2020. It was really, really good. And if you have Apple Plus, don't miss this one. Don't let it drop off. Watch this movie. It's very good, especially if you like World War II stuff. I like war movies, so it was fantastic. All right, so that's my number 6. So now we're halfway there. Number 5, Fluffy.
I want to say that these 5 that I've gone through, I don't necessarily think that they're in any particular order.
Yeah, can we just say that? Can we just say that here?
I think my top 4 for sure are my top 4.
Mm-hmm.
But all of them that I've mentioned are equal in their own right. So
yeah,
with saying that, number 5,
opinions may vary. Let's just leave it at that.
My guilty pleasure of 2020, which I'm really sad because of COVID, they had to delay the next season. But I wrapped up Wu-Tang: An American Saga, which is a Hulu TV series in 2020.
I do not know this.
And I grew up listening to Wu-Tang.
Mm-hmm.
I have a soft place in my heart for beats that RZA makes and for Ghostface on the mic and Inspector Deck. So I really enjoyed watching this, and it was really cool to see this side of the story that I've never seen before. I thought the series was really, really entertaining.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I've just never gotten around to watching it just because of just time, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard like surprisingly good things about it from people that, I guess don't like rap music. So I just sort of was like, what? I was like, who the fuck are you? And why? What?
Yeah, it's like
it transcends rap music. It's
it's 100%.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Yeah.
No, it's just that. I mean, it's more of like maybe like I guess an American tale, I guess, instead of just about like some guys rapping kind of thing.
Oh yeah. It's not. It's like it's kind of like how 8 Mile wasn't really about Eminem rapping.
No,
you know what I mean? Like there was
Mm-hmm.
like an entertaining story behind it.
I need to go back and watch that movie
and this
again.
is way more story than it is rapping.
Okay.
But it also has like, I don't know, it has that fun element that some of those 90s movies had, like Belly or Above the Rim.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of those movies that came out in the gangster rap era. It has that element to it. And I think it's because, you know, like the stories are taking place during that time frame, you know, and in the ghettos in New York and when crack was a thing and, you know, the gangster rap was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was really, really well done. But RZA is a genius, so I'm not surprised that he turned something to gold.
Yeah.
Excellent, man. I'm really close to pulling the trigger on Hulu. There's so many good shows I've heard from that network now. So good deal. Number 5 for Mr. Hazel.
All right. This was a show that's been on my list of movies to watch since it came out, actually, because I'm a fan of the director, the actors that were in this movie, and Gator, the bastard who's I do this with, is he saw this and he raved about it, and it did not help me in my urge to see this movie.
What?
So I had to wait until actually it came out on HBO Max, and it's The Invisible Man.
Oh yeah, okay. That was scary as shit, wasn't it? That was a scary one.
It was fucking intense.
It was, man.
It was like sex in a camping trip. It was fucking intense.
Yeah.
But
wow. I love it. I love it.
That wording.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So yeah, in case you haven't noticed, I'm drinking. But yeah, so it was one of the most intense movies that you'll see probably this entire year. And the ending was just fantastic. Yeah. I remember I was like watching this because I usually watch something when I'm cooking. Like on Sunday mornings, I'll do breakfast. So I'm making like pancakes or something like that. And I'll watch something, and I'm like standing there watching this as it gets to the end of the movie. And I'm just like, oh my God.
And the pancakes are burnt. Pancakes are smoking on the griddle.
No. I'm a professional when it comes to that.
Right.
But yeah, I was just like, my wife was laughing at me. I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, imagine watching this in the theater in the pitch black darkness. It was scary.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat. I was frazzled at the end of that movie.
I bet. Yeah, you were fried.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a fun movie to check out.
Cool deal. Yeah, good pick, man. As you guys could probably tell, I like game shows, so let's just keep rolling with that theme, right? Number 5 for me is, this is a spinoff of the Masked Singer, kinda. It's called I Can See Your Voice. It's on Fox. I have to include it because this is a really new twist on a game show. It premiered very recently, October 2020. It stars Ken Jeong as the host. It includes a cast of celebrities that help the contestant decide whether a character... They put these people in different characters, like roles, like the disco dancer, the delivery man, different roles. And they're all like kind of in costume as well. But they have to help the contestant decide whether this person can really sing or are they just faking it. And they do different rounds, different tests, like they do a karaoke sing-off. They look into their private phones. They have like a 30-second interrogation. There's other things, too, that they look into. But there's 6 characters on the stage, and one by one, they each have to be eliminated until the last one remains and hopefully is a good singer. If they're a good singer and they stick in there and don't risk any money, they can win $100,000. So if they guess right. And of course, there's comedians, and at the end, they do a duet with the featured singer. Robin Thicke's been on there. Jesse's girl, Rick Springfield, was on there. I was tripping. That was cool. Sorry, that's from my age. Anyway, yeah, it was a good show. I just can't pass that one up. It's so ingenious how they came up with this show. So that was my number 5. All right, almost there. Number 4. What do you got, Fluffy?
So number 4, this is definitely a top 4 pick. Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Nice.
I love this show. I think it is my favorite comedy now. I think it's taken the place of The Office and Parks and Rec and all those style of shows. They ran into some trouble, right? Like they almost got canceled and then they got picked up again by NBC. So they continued airing their shows.
Right. And
then COVID hit. So COVID caused problems with the new season. And then the George Floyd stuff happened here in my home state. And they had a difficult time. Like, do they proceed with a show about being a police officer? Was actually like things that they were talking about, they just this week started posting that they are rolling again and the show is going again and they're all there and moving forward with the new season. So I'm excited for what's to come. I think it's one of those shows that you need to start from episode 1, season 1, because the character development is huge.
That's right.
And you won't get the jokes unless you learn and grow with the characters throughout the seasons.
Good point.
But
Yeah.
I think, just like Parks and Rec or just like The Office, once you know those characters, the little things that they do, it's just, the show is amazing. Like I love it.
Yeah, my wife loves that show. She watches it every I mean, she's watched it all. She's all caught up. It's a great show. And is it I want to say the sergeant's name is Proctor. The real I love his acting.
Andre Brower.
Yes, I love his acting. He's so, and the fact that he's playing a comedic role is so not like him, because a lot of his roles were more serious before he did this. It's amazing.
Funny because he is one of the funniest characters.
It is,
as seasons go on.
Yeah,
but he's funny by not being funny.
Yes, he plays the straight man. It's awesome.
Like his ability to be hilarious without actually being funny is
or cracking
like
a
next
smile
level. Yeah. Oh God, I love it so much.
And everybody wants him to crack a smile. They want him to. That's great.
Well, and these last seasons since NBC. So when NBC took over, they got a lot more creative freedom with the show. Like the actors and the writers got more creative freedom with the show, and you see the characters come out more. And his character has been ridiculous since NBC took over. Wow. And I love it. I love it so much.
That's another great pick, man.
Nice.
Wow. Number 4 for Mr. Hazel. What do you got?
All right, sir. So this is a Netflix show. It came out maybe like a month ago, possibly. And it's kind of, I guess, compare it to the way Fluffy compared it to the Wu-Tang movie or the show. It is The Queen's Gambit. So this was a TV show about, it's a fictional show, just in case anybody watches it and they want to do their research and be let down like I was, that this is not a real person. But yes, so this is about a woman who was a chess prodigy, basically, and who grew up during hard times. And the movie is not really about chess, so if you don't really understand chess, it's not going to, be a detriment to you at all. But the fun fact is that if you do understand chess and halfway decent at it and things like that, you'll pick up on things that go on in the games that she plays, and they're like little bonuses to you where you can go like, oh shit, I know what's going on, I see this, and that kind of thing. And it's definitely, I mean, it was one of the most well done things that I've seen this year.
Yeah, my wife is just finishing it. She wants me to see it, and I'm like, honey, we share the same Netflix page, obviously. So I'm like, I'll let you finish it and then I'll watch it. But it's on my list. It's very close to being watched because I've heard so many good things about it as well. My wife doesn't usually like those kind of movies, but she's loving it. Good pick.
Yeah.
Cool.
Number 4 for me is His Dark Materials. This is on HBO Max. This is a second season. This is based on the Philip Pullman's fantasy novel trilogy. And it's hard to give you a synopsis about this one because, as you can probably tell, I like fantasy type movies, space movies and all that stuff. And let's just say it's about a special girl who traverses parallel universes, and there's evil forces trying to stop her and her destiny and what she's to become. It's on the second season, like I said, and I can't get enough of it. Think Lord of the Rings and The Matrix had a baby, and that'll kind of give you an idea of what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, my co-host had really good things to say about this as well.
It's just it just grabbed me and I can't let go. If you get something like this, it's well worth it. It's a great series for the family, not the little kids, but the adolescents. It's enough level there. It's not bloody gore, so they were able to watch it with you. And wow, what a star-studded cast. You have James McAvoy, Ruth Wilson, Lin-Manuel Miranda, just to name a few. And the cast list was enormous. I couldn't even read them all. So yeah, that was mine. Very, very great show. And it's just wrapping up. I think it's got a few more episodes left in season 2, and you'll be able to see all of them on demand. So, yeah. Wow. We're down to our top 3, guys. Here we go.
Cool.
Fluffy, what's your number 3?
Schitt's Creek.
Oh, yes. Heard so much about this show.
You haven't seen it yet?
I'm starting. I'm like four episodes in.
This is my number 2, by the way.
Okay. Wait until you're like almost through the first season before you judge it. We started watching the show, and we stopped watching the show, and we moved on to other things. And my wife she's from St. Louis. She went to St. Louis to see her sister pre-COVID, and came back with just amazing things to say about the show, because she ended up watching an episode or two in like the 4th season, I think, or the 3rd season. And so we started from the beginning again and rewatched it.
Wow.
And absolutely love it.
Okay.
Yes, it is fantastic.
What is it about exactly? I mean, I'm trying to picture the show.
It's think of a 1%er family.
Okay.
Like literally money is not an object.
Total millionaires, gotcha.
No,
Beyond
billionaires?
Like crazy money.
Okay.
Yeah, like money is not an object type of thing.
All right.
Losing everything and having to go stay in rural BFE in a motel.
Oh, wow.
With nothing.
Yeah. I saw that part where the leak was dripping on his head. Yeah. They cast the small town, the rural small town folks so well. Yeah.
And just think about someone who is just with the latest trends and fashions and social media and everything, and just on the tip of the acting world and money and all that, and having to just go live the simple life.
Oh, wow.
And it is great. And Dan Levy and Eugene Levy are amazing.
Yes.
The whole cast.
Catherine O'Hara, I think, in it too, right? Catherine O'Hara?
Yes.
And then whoever the daughter is, I can't think of her real name.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But it's wonderful. I can't say enough.
That is from what I hear, that is a respectable number 3. Nice job.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hazel.
No, that's good. I'll switch out my number 2.
Yeah, there you go.
To something else, but yes, that was definitely my number 2. It's a fantastic show. I'm in the middle of, I think, season 4 right now, and I don't want it to end.
No,
I don't.
I know.
That's a mark of a good show.
We saw the season finale and we were so sad.
Well, I guess they're doing a Christmas special.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. All right. Can't wait to see that.
Yes. All right. So my number 3 is a German show that was on Netflix. It's called Dark. This show, I can equate it to most easily to probably Lost, just because they deal with time travel. So they'll go back in time, they'll go forward in time, things like that. And the show is just to me, it's incredibly well done. And the thing that I really like about TV shows like this is when they give you like little threads in like the first season or even the first episode, and then they touch on it throughout like maybe the middle of the second season, middle of the third season.
Oh, that's cool.
And then they tie it all up in a nice, neat little bow in the last episode. And it's just, there it is, in one complete package for you. It's right there.
Is it subtitles?
Subtitled, or it's dubbed. So it's up to you.
Oh, okay.
And what is it on Netflix?
Netflix, yes.
He's been trying to get me to watch his show for a while, and God, my list on Netflix is like a mile long.
Yeah, so's mine.
So much to watch. All right, well, I'm
gonna check that out, man. It's on the list.
Yeah, if you say Lost, I'm in. So, all right.
Yeah, I would say it's probably more well done than Lost, just because they don't have to. I mean, it's it's Netflix, so they're not bound by.
It's not a network show.
By 24, they're not bound by 24 episodes. I think it's like maybe like 10 episodes or 12 episodes, and they are dense though.
Okay,
cool.
Covers a lot in each episode. I like it. All right, my number 3 was very recent. I talked about it on one of the last shows, and it's on HBO Max. Came out in November. The Undoing. This is a 4-part miniseries. It has Nicole Kidman, Nicole Kidman and Hugh Grant are the main stars. It's about a murder and the toll it takes on a family that from the outside looks perfect, but oh, it was not. The series felt like a very long movie. I think it could have been a feature film, and maybe they broke it up into 4 one-hour parts with a little fluff, But I'll just tell you this. The last episode is very disturbing, if you're a dad especially. But it's worth hanging in there for. It's very well done, and I don't know if I'll ever forget this movie, show, whatever you want to call it. So that's my number 3. So
yeah, we're gonna start that. I think probably tomorrow. I
don't know if you want to watch it near the holidays. I don't know, Hazel. I'm gonna put it off till New Year's, man.
Yeah. Well, my wife. My wife has friends, and they are just like talking about it and everything else. So it's one of those things where it's like she's hearing about people talking about it, and it's kind of getting that itch where she's like, I want to really dive in and watch this.
Well, I'll tell you this, Hazel. It's very tough to get on the list that my wife and I both watch at the same time on shows. We set aside one of our favorite shows to finish this one because it was that good. So we couldn't wait to sit down and watch this. So it's done so well. So good. All right. Number 2.
Oh man. This one was easy. They take something iconic from our childhood and just make it greatness, and that is Cobra Kai.
Damn it. Can't believe I forgot that one.
This was my number 1, by the way.
Yes. Was it? God, I'm so sorry, Hazel.
No,
that's all right.
So many things are right with this series. Like, so many things. I absolutely love that God, I can't think of his name right now, but the main character, the guy who opens Cobra Kai again,
William Zabka.
What's his name in the show though? Anyways,
it's been a while.
He is like, he's cast perfectly. I mean, he is the dude from the 90s that was an asshole, that was cool in the 90s to be an asshole and drive your IROC Z.
Right.
And then like, he hasn't changed. Like, the world has changed around him, and he still doesn't use computers, and he still thinks it's cool to be an asshole to people, and all this other stuff, right? And then you see him change throughout the series, and Danny LaRusso is not the angel boy that he was in Karate Kid, but you see this new side of it, and I don't know, man, they really nailed this episode. There's so many things right with how they did this and how they bring in elements of our childhood, and just the way society was back then versus now, and mix it all together. I love it.
Completely. I can't agree anymore.
Yeah, that's a solid pick, dude. I mean, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, and you guys have already mentioned one that I had at number 2, but that leads it to you, Hazel. Number 2, man.
All right. So, knowing that my number 2 and number 1 picks have already been picked, then I'm gonna go to my alts.
That's what I'm doing too.
Yeah. So, I would go with one of my honorable mentions being The Boys.
Oh, that was my honorable mention too, man.
Exactly.
It was mine too.
I absolutely loved season 2. It was just far and away to me way better than season 1.
Yeah.
It was just to me. It was just more better constructed, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And just disturbing, like a new level of disturbing, right?
Well, there is that too, but it was Stormfront and
everything.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's
there's so
that's
much.
all I can say.
I watched that one by myself. I tried to get the missus to watch that one with me, and she said no enough times that I just put it on my other monitor when I was working.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a show that kept me from playing video games. Like,
yeah.
I had the opportunity to play video games, and I was like, no, I wanna see what happens next. Like I was straight addicted to watching this show until it was done before I jumped back into video games.
And damn these streaming services that act like networks and release the episodes one at a time. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
I appreciate
that's
that.
dumb.
I know. I'm just being sarcastic. It's really cool to look forward to it every week, you know? And
see, I'm not with you guys. I want to binge.
No,
I want
just because there's so much to
Netflix
watch
for everything.
I know. I get it. I get that too, man. I do. Well, Mandalorian was my number 2, and obviously we've agreed that we've already talked about that. So I picked another one. I have like 7 alternates, so it's no problem. My number 2 is going to be. It's a documentary on Apple Plus. It's directed by Mr. Ron Howard's daughter, Bryce Dallas Howard, which, by the way, I'm tying it in here, also directed some of The Mandalorian. This is called Dads. It's a documentary. It's here, I'll just read you the explanation. It says it's a joyful exploration of modern fatherhood. The stock gathers the testimonies from dads around the world, from famous comedians to everyday parents. Their unfiltered stories speak to the beauty, struggles, and ridiculous hilarity of being a dad today. And I tell you what, they had Will Smith, Jimmy Kimmel, several stars, and even people who nobody knows. And their stories to me were more inspiring than the normal ones that we heard from these stars. So if you have Apple Plus, don't miss this one. It's very, very good. And number 2, I mean, I got like 5 different shows that could be number 2. They were all that good, but I'll put that for my number 2 for this one. All right. The moment has come. Fluffy, number 1 of the year.
So technically this came out December 20th, 2019.
Close enough.
But we did an episode on this show, on this series, and I ended up watching it 3 times in a row.
Damn.
Within like 3 weeks, I think. And that is The Witcher.
Oh, I forgot that one too.
My co-host Admiral Nips, he's all about The Witcher video games, and we knew the series was coming out. We decided that we wanted to do an episode on it, so we watched it for enjoyment, and then I watched it 2 more times and took notes. And watching that series a second time through was absolutely amazing, because you watch it the first time through and you miss so much.
Oh, yeah.
And when you watch it the second time through, or even the third time through, so many details start popping out at you. And then we sat, and I think we recorded like a 2+ hour episode talking about it and breaking it down. And it was ridiculous, like how much detail went into this series and how well they did it. So many series fail that try and do video games or comic books or just anything to transfer it to TV and movie.
Very
and
true. Yep.
I think they killed it, and I'm excited to see season 2.
Oh man, that's a great pick. I forgot all about that one too. It was earlier in the year, so it threw me off there. But wow, yeah,
it was the last 10 days of 2019.
Yeah,
rolling into 2020.
Good pick, man. That's solid. You can't argue with that. That's a solid pick, man.
Yeah, I still remember my wife watching that with me, and we were watching the one episode with Jennifer, where she was kind of changing, we'll say,
right?
And my wife was like horrified, and she couldn't look away.
When they were, the operation, right? Gotcha. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Well, Hazel, it's come down to it. What's your number 1, man?
Well, my original number 1 was Cobra Kai.
Okay.
So, having to change that up a little bit. I did forget about The Witcher. I won't add it just because Fluffy did, but I'm going to add one of my honorable mentions, not necessarily a number 1, but I'm going to go with, again, like one of those shows that, just completely blew me away. It was Little Fires Everywhere on Hulu.
Okay.
This is a show that my wife, again, like peer pressure from her friends where they were watching it. And it's basically about a family, and it's set in Shaker Heights, Ohio. And it's basically just about this family that looks like everything is perfect on the outside. And then how basically one simple act of kindness sort of tears apart an entire family and that. It's set in the 90s, so like the late 90s, like 98, 99.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a lot of music from that time frame that I grew up with, and it just immediately took me back to being in high school during those times, and that too. So that was appreciated.
Cool.
Yeah. Wow. God, there's so much good entertainment. All right, you guys ready? Drum roll, please. My number one, Dr. Sleep. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to do that to see what Hazel would say. That was
I watched that this year actually, and it was pretty good.
It's
actually,
good movie.
yeah.
It's a good movie, but no, obviously that was last year. Okay, now don't judge me here, guys. All right, all you dads out there, don't judge me.
Too late, game show, Fox.
This is very much like Little Fires Everywhere that Hazel talked about. This show just totally surprised me. It's on Netflix. There's been 4 seasons of it out, and the latest season is on right now. It's The Crown. I know. Listen, hear me out. This sat in my list for over a year, and I never thought anything about it. I never thought I'd ever want to watch anything about the royal family and England's top levels of government, but I am dumbfounded why I love this series so much. You have stars everywhere. Olivia Colman, John Lithgow, Aaron Doherty, Claire Foy. I mean, the cast list was like my other shows. Were just so long. All just star power across the board. It is a fictional story. Hear me again. It is a fictional story. But is based on many past events that actually they weave into the characters of the actual histories of the characters. So English royalty has actually issued a request to Netflix to put a disclaimer at the beginning of each episode to remind viewers that this is not true. It's a fiction. It's just amazing, and I call it magic. And I'm going to call it a sleeper pick for this year. I never saw it coming, as I am not a big royal family enthusiast, but this is the show that my wife and I set aside to finish The Undoing. And it took a lot to do that, but we just saw the latest episode, or we're on season 2. We just started season 2, and we haven't even gotten to Princess Diana and all the stuff that's going on right now. I know it sounds so not like me, but I can't help myself. It's such a damn good show. And of course, the production value is through the roof. It's amazing. So, all right, good picks, guys. Great picks. But before we go, let's just fire them off here. We'll do it one by one. Honorable mentions.
Cool.
Fluffy, what's one of yours?
Can I just run? My list is really short. Can I just run it real quick?
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Tiger King. Thank you for being the COVID relief that we all needed. What We Do in the Shadows, weird, awkward, funny, wonderful vampires.
Right.
Nice.
Narcos. It was really hard to take Narcos off my top 10 list. I loved it. It probably should have stayed on. And then finally, this one did not come out in 2020, but I ended up watching it this week.
Mm-hmm.
Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, The World's End.
Okay. Okay.
I loved Hot Fuzz. I loved Dawn of the Dead.
Yes.
The World's End was those movies, just better. Maybe not better content-wise, but you could tell that they drew as people making videos. So if you like Dawn of the Dead, you like Hot Fuzz, you haven't seen The World's End, check it out. It's really well done.
Excellent. Good picks, man.
Nice.
Solid picks. Thanks for, we kind of sprung this on you in the last minute. Thanks for coming up with some great picks, man.
No, it was fun.
We love, you can tell we love doing this stuff. We do it at the end of the year. In the beginning of the year, we'll have a different list at the beginning of the year for our next episode. But Hazel, why don't you run down your honorable mentions?
Yeah. So, my honorable mentions, I'm going to go with Devs. This was, this completely blew me away.
That's on Hulu, right?
Yes, it is.
I got to get Hulu.
Yeah. So, Devs, Dragon Ball Super, that
definitely did not come out this year, but I actually ended up watching all 131 episodes.
Damn.
Yeah, well, they were only 20 minutes apiece. So, and anybody who watched the old Dragon Ball, it was definitely not like that. Where it was like, it took 5 episodes just to get do one thing. This was a lot more condensed and a lot better than they've made some improvements since then. And then one other one was one that I recently watched called Alice in Borderland. I'm looking forward to seeing if they do a season 2 for this.
Okay.
This was on Netflix. It just came out maybe last week, actually, where basically these guys, they end up going into a game of sorts where they have to use their brains to figure out how to get out. And the games are pretty much life and death. So yeah, there's that. And then 2 things I wanted to throw out there just for the parents. Pup Academy on Netflix. If you're looking for something to watch with a little one, my daughter absolutely loves that. And Pokemon Gold and Silver was really good as a parent, and my daughter loved it too. So,
oh, dude, if we're doing parent ones, my wife told me to put this on the list, and I didn't. Bluey on Disney+.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
It's amazing.
You dads.
Yep.
Yeah.
The dad and Bluey and I are soulmates.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. That's cool.
Okay. I'll have to check this out.
Sorry, I'm not going to have any kids shows. Sorry.
It's worth it, Hazel. It's great. It's good. It's a good kids cartoon.
Anything else, Hazel?
No, that was everything.
Well,
so hey, I have to ask.
Yeah.
Devs worth it though?
Yes.
Everybody's been telling me to watch that. It's sci-fi, right?
Okay.
Cool. Yes. It's sci-fi. Basically, long story short, it's about a computer program that pretty much takes away free will. And it knows what you're going to do.
Really? That's not freaky.
No, not at all.
Oh my
god. It's set to happen tomorrow kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Very quickly, I've thrown some of these in and out because some of my picks were taken, but Star Trek Discovery, it's been my weekly source of sci-fi nerd in me, and it's well written. Don't discount it. I know some of the reviews have not been pleasant about it, about the female role and all of that. Don't listen. Watch it. If you're a Trekkie, definitely got to catch it. You can't miss it. Picard is also in there on the CBS All Access. That's where these are from. Don't miss either of those. Both of those spinoffs are well worth it. Well worth the time. I've mentioned The Boys. Or Hazel mentioned The Boys. I had to mention them again. Last week tonight, I had to mention that again. But I tell you what, Apple TV Plus has had some quality entertainment out. It's a little flat right now because of the pandemic. They're ramping up again. They have a sci-fi show called Foundation coming out. I looked at the previews on this. It is gonna blow us away. I can't wait. And it's 2021, so it'll be out soon. The morning show is about a rape scandal that turns out really bad, and it's Jennifer Aniston. I mean, come on, Steve Carell, not Dave, his other brother. And very good show. Don't miss that one. That's technically 2019. Mythic Quest. It was a comedy spoof about a game development company that develops a dungeon crawler type game. And it's the comedic writing is fantastic. Don't miss it. They even did a special episode for the pandemic, and it's even better. So don't miss that one. Servant. This is from M. Night Shyamalan. I never say his name right.
Are you paid by Apple?
No, I can't help myself, man. I was going through all of my streaming stuff, and I said, what have I been watching this year? And these shows were they just stacked them at the beginning of the year. And I got to mention them because they're just that good. This is M. Night's best work in a long time. And it's a very twisted, dark horror series. Well worth it. It'll be coming out with a season 2. He's already tweeted that he's in recording right now. He's starting to get season 2 drummed up. Don't miss that one. And finally, in honor of Mr. FluffyFingersMD here, I had to mention this one, the Beastie Boys story. Very well.
Oh, I need to watch that.
Very, very well done documentary. So talked about all about the 90s. It was really great stuff. So guys, thank you. I wanted to make sure we put something in our holiday episode here so everyone could listen and maybe get something out of it other than just Destiny. So thank you guys for putting the time in and doing this list. I hope we can do this again. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I just sent myself a bunch of things to watch in the future. So.
Exactly. Hopefully our listeners will too. So excellent. All right. It's listener questions right after this.
Hey Guardians, would you like to send us a question for the show? Well, there's 4 ways to do it.
Number 1, join our Discord server. There's a join link in our show notes. We have some great gamers in there, by the way, and you can just lurk or hang out or jump right in and talk with us. There's also a channel labeled Podcast Questions where you can type in your question for the show.
You can also email us at guardiandowncast@gmail.com, or we also tweet out almost every week about our upcoming show, guest, and you can respond there with your questions at guardian_D_cast is our Twitter handle.
Finally, you can send us a voicemail with your questions at speakpipe.com/guardiandowncast. Remember, that's all one word. And we'll play it on the show for you guys.
SpeakPipe is honestly my favorite thing. But anyway, thank you for all you guys do, and toddles.
And later, Guardian. All right, boys and girls, it is that time of the week. This is our segment where we get questions from our community, whether it be Twitter, SpeakPipe, or our Discord. And I believe most of these are from our Discord this week. And we're just inundated with questions here. So why don't you start digging in, man? Let's just start getting through these.
Yeah, aren't we? Some people really showed up for this guy.
Yeah, they did.
It's like he's popular or something.
He is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a doctor, guys. It happens.
You just play one in a podcast.
Yeah.
Okay. First question here is going to be, now we have a list of questions here from, let me see here. Who is this gentleman here? I believe it's RC Spab.
Okay.
So, yes. Okay. So, we have a list of questions here. Now, I'm just going to read this word for word here, and we're going to just kind of knock these out here.
All right. Before we do this, we went behind your back, Fluffy. We went to your Discord and we talked to some of your longtime friends. And they showed,
like it.
They soon to be enemies.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They're
going to
up.
destroy me. I'm excited.
No, they showed up, dude. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hazel.
Okay, not sure if you want to use this, but I came up with a Werner Herzog appreciation quiz, a WHAQ, whack, that I think might be fun to give Fluffy. Basically 5 questions to see how well Fluffy knows one of the greatest film orators of our day. The answers are basically just quotes. So, here we are. Number 1. Does Werner enjoy chicken?
Wow. So, Cliff, you know what a great photographic memory I have. So I'm really happy that you went with these questions because I think that we're going to get a lot of good content out of these. I plead the fifth. I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yes, he enjoys chicken. We're going to say yes.
Okay, you had a 50-50 shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in response to that, the enormity of their flat brain, the enormity of their stupidity is just overwhelming. Do yourself a favor. When in the country, try to look at a chicken in the eye with a great intensity, and the intensity of the stupidity looking back at you is just amazing. I think that's a no.
I have no idea what's going on right now. Okay.
Okay, Gator.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. His second question is, does Werner Herzog enjoy Elon Musk?
Obviously no.
Okay.
Because Elon is a successful intellectual, and Warner is very torn by this, and it challenges him personally on a personal level. So he can't like Elon because of his own ego.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting way you put that together, isn't it, Hazel?
Yeah, it is.
No, the answer is I think Elon Musk stylizes himself as some sort of technological visionary because he has to sell his electric cars. Wonderful that he does that.
Ouch. 0 for 2. Okay. So, number 3. Does Werner Herzog enjoy the jungle?
He does, and it all dates back to Guns N' Roses in the early 90s. Welcome to the Jungle came on, and he was at his house, and his parents had a door always open rule, but it got closed one day, and that song was on, and his girlfriend was over, and it's just always been a memorable thing. Not the actual jungle, but the word jungle just reminds him of those happy memories.
Wow, better answer than I expected him to say, Hazel.
Than the quote. I'm going to accept that.
Nice job. Nice job. All right, number 4. Does Werner Herzog enjoy Pokemon Go?
He really appreciates that Pokemon Go gets people out of the house and moving because they're lazy, fat pieces of crap. But he also appreciates Pokemon as an OG. And Pokemon Go is just entry-level stuff, man. You got to get more hardcore. So it's fine for the plebs, but, I mean, for him, no, it doesn't scratch that itch. He's more dedicated.
I believe that counts as a correct answer, but this is what he says. When two persons in search of a Pokemon clash at the corner of Sunset and San Vicente, is there violence? Is there murder? No. Well, you'd have to give me a cell phone, which I'm not going to use anyway, and I have no clue what's going on there, but I don't need to play the game. All right. I would have to give him make that a correct answer, Hazel. Why don't you finish up with the last one?
All right. Number 5 of our whack quiz. Does Werner enjoy internet cat videos?
I mean, he doesn't enjoy the internet, so he can't enjoy internet cat videos. However, this type of person enjoys cats because, he's a cat person. Have you heard these other answers? I mean, dude's wacko. So all of us dog people, we understand that cat people are a different breed, and he's just a different breed.
Well said. Yep.
You know what's really funny?
He's pretty damn close. He's pretty damn close.
Every answer that you've given is absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
In regard to this whack. It's like you knew the answers and you went the exact opposite direction. So, in regard to this, the quote is, sometimes when I come home and I'm tired and I don't know how to order my thoughts, I switch on crazy cat videos and I'm immediately rejuvenated.
Very well done. Cliff, you outdid yourself, buddy. That was very good.
He is a special type of human.
He is very, he's definitely a special person. I have one from Mr. Elmer Fudd here. Actually, several questions. Number 1, if you could...
fun fact, real quick before we get into it.
Sure.
I helped Elmer Fudd. I didn't help. Elmer Fudd was nice enough to have me as a guest to shoutcast his last Warzone tournament.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yes.
And while cracking a beer mid tournament, I happen to have these what the brewery by me calls crowlers, which is in between a can of beer and a growler of beer.
Oh, okay.
And it was overly full. So when I cracked it, it spilled all over my mouse and I didn't realize it. And I went to play video games the next day and my wheel was sticky and now my right click doesn't actually.
Oh no.
It clicks, but it doesn't make the feedback. So it works, but I don't have the feedback of the click and the smooth feel.
That's so important too. I know.
I digress.
I feel your pain.
Damn it, Fudd.
I know. I totally blame Fudd for making me drink beer that night. Pure pressure.
All right. Well, we'll see what you think of them after these 3 questions. Number 1, if you could frolic in any field in history, what would it be?
It would be the fields of Colorado with my favorite person who looks like he has red hair but doesn't actually have red hair, Elmer Fudd.
All right, good answer. Number 2. Sometimes I hear voices in my head that tell me to do certain things. Kill puppies, drop kick babies, throw the perfect spiral with a stick of dynamite. What would your voices say?
My voices never shut up.
Isn't that the truth? I hear you. Okay, last question from Mr. Elmer Fudd. Some people say Connecticut is a real place. What are your thoughts?
No, it's imaginary. It's all a simulation.
Okay.
Perfect answer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Hazel.
All right.
Your turn.
So, we have some questions from somebody named Chuck Like Pizza yesterday.
Don't know him.
He groaned.
Yeah.
He groaned.
Yeah. So here's a question for you. He has 3 here. So I guess your Discord likes 3 for some reason.
All right.
So does the prolonged running you consistently put your body through lengthen your PP as it's constantly bouncing up and down? Or does it have the opposite effect and cause it to turtle up in the name of self-preservation because of all the jostling? Or is it entirely based on weather and temperature?
I think the attire and the weather are the 2 big factors here. It's definitely a turtle thing. The running clothes are designed to reduce chafing and allow movement. And so it's tight everywhere, right? Whether you're in shorts or running, like running tights, or if you have, like some tight boxer briefs and running pants, it's not meant to allow for breathing room.
Okay.
And Chuck, on these cold winter nights, I'm a grower, not a shower.
There we go.
Okay, number 2. Are you going to choose the new Aesop Rock album for your next music episode, or are you going to choose the new Aesop Rock album instead?
I was going to choose the new Aesop Rock album, and then Mr. Likes Pizza gave me shit about it, and now we are not doing hip hop. So the new Aesop Rock album is amazing, and you should listen to it, but I think we're going to go a different direction.
All right.
Ooh. All right, number 3. How much is it going to cost you to ship your PC to Chuck for his Christmas present?
Chuck, if I had money to buy you a PC, buddy, I would do it. So, you know what? Guys, if you're listening to this and you have PC parts that you're not using, I toyed with this idea before, but you know what? Chuck is forcing my hand here. Let's put a PC together for Chuck. Will you DM me? If you have parts that you don't need, will you DM me? Let's get something going.
I think I got an old power supply.
I think we can get pretty close to a functional PC for my boy Chuck.
There we go.
I have a mouse.
I got a power supply, I think, in my closet.
Dude, see, people have parts. Let's start putting some parts together. Let's hook Homeboy up.
There we go. All right.
I like it.
All right. I have one from some dude named Drafty. He says, if your Miata was destroyed somehow and you had to replace it, would you get another one or some other car? If another car, what would you replace it with? P.S. I'm just curious. I have no ill wishes for you and your toy.
Yeah, so I've had lots of fun jobs in my life, and I've had lots of good friends, and one of them was I ran race car events for 5 years. And so I was really into track racing, time attacks, the HPDs, the high performance driving schools we ran, autocrosses we ran, just test and tune days. So I was really, really hardcore into racing. And I went from Subaru to Miata. I have a very fast turbo go-kart in my garage right now. It will make you scared. But I also have children. And so this is a topic that we've discussed in my house in 2020. And I'm pretty sure that there's a good chance that it is being sold next year. And I'm toying with the idea of an Audi RS3. which for those of you that don't know, it's a sedan that's a little bit smaller. Think 90s BMW,
Very powerful.
but it's faster than a Corvette.
Yep.
I'm toying with the idea of a Tesla, and Volkswagen is coming out with a new R32 that's supposed to be pretty ridiculous. That has a manual, so we'll see what happens. But there's a good chance that I get rid of my SUV and my Miata and just go to a sports car that I can drive in the winter.
Yeah, I have a buddy who has one of those. It's a twin turbo V6. Crazy fast, dude.
Yeah, it's here's the thing. Yeah, like the Miata's great, but it's 2 seats, and I have kids, so they're racing seats, and my car is a race car. Like it's gutted. It's the only thing that's original with my car is a shell.
Right.
I can't put kids in racing seats and with harnesses. Their car seats don't fit there, so I can't experience fast car, or I can't give my kids that experience of fast cars.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I can only drive it when it's me. So it's it's kind of one of those, I love it, but I would rather share cars with my children and drive something every day.
Yeah, good point. That's the problem I have with my Vet. It's 2-seater. It just is useless as a car. Of course, it's been sitting in my garage for 5 years, too. That doesn't help. I got one more from Drafty. When is PTP, Potato Thumbs Podcast, going to be rebranded as the Fluffy Nips Cast?
We had lots of names. I think next we're going to be called Practically Canadians. So that's maybe
I like that
that'll
one.
Be a thing.
There we go. All right, Hazel.
Nice.
What else we got?
All right. So we have RNG Gator has a couple questions for you here.
Another groan.
Yes. Exactly. I heard that too.
I'm keeping score.
No, it wasn't a groan. That was kind of, sorry. That wasn't a negative. That was just like,
we're just giving you shit, man.
He's on the show this week, by the way.
Oh, good deal. Good deal.
All right. What sleeveless shirt works best for winter, fall, spring, and summer?
Well, I added a new sleeveless shirt to my collection this past week. I've been looking at this. The New York Nets and Nike did a tribute jersey to Notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls, where they made all their jerseys like one of his iconic shirts that he wore back in the 90s. As their basketball jerseys, as kind of like the borders and the designs. And then they made a number 72 Biggie New York Nets jersey, and it says Brooklyn on the front, and then there's the tag on the bottom says Spread Love the Brooklyn Way.
Nice.
And I've been looking at that for over a year, and it was on sale recently, and my wife finally pushed me to buy it because I'm not a person that buys jerseys. I have a hard time spending money on something like a price tag like that. But it was $60 off. So that will be my year-round sleeveless shirt.
Nice.
Okay. Very nice.
All right. Number 2. How drunk do you have to be to host a podcast?
Oh my God. Ask these guys about the last time they were on.
It was okay. It was, yeah, you were pretty open about everything. I was like that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why you have co-hosts.
Yeah, exactly.
And here's the thing, like we take a very light approach to our podcast. We want to have fun. So some nights we're just normal dudes, and some nights, you had a bad day at work, or you forgot that you had to record a podcast that night, whatever could happen, and you let loose, and people are people, and we have fun. So it's always a mystery what's going to happen.
I like it.
Very nice.
Okay. What is your favorite color, and why is it blue?
Ooh, it's purple, actually.
Are you a Prince fan, being Minnesota and stuff?
Darker shade of blue.
Prince is all right.
Okay. Yeah, purple.
And then last question from Mr. RNG Gator. Why does Admiral Nips refuse to fix his light and look like he is in witness protection?
Okay.
I think for the same reason that he refuses to buy a PC that doesn't quit mid-podcast.
Very well said. Yes.
Yes.
Cool deal. All right, we're going to jump into our Discord now. Thanks, guys, for intimidating Mr. Fluffy Fingers MD.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Those are good questions. All right, we'll start with Chubby Wizard. Question for Fluffy. He has two of them in here. I'm going to pick the one for you. If you had a friend who liked pizza and wanted to play on your Warzone team, just kidding. I won't go there, he says. What is your favorite Run the Jewels song? Mine is Close Your Eyes and Count to.
And count? Oh, God, that's a great one, man.
That song is a serious earworm, he says.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I think that was one of the first Run the Jewels songs that I put on the playlist. I have a lot of favorites. I think the running joke when we broke down all the albums was if they say Run the Jewels in the song, in the chorus, or in a sample anywhere, I'm going to love it. But honestly, I think that Yankee and the Brave, which is the first song on our Day 2 playlist, is my favorite. And it isn't necessarily because it's the best Run the Jewels song, but it's because the opening lines are back at it like a crack addict. And with the episode that we did and with Cliff saying that and the conversation that we got into, it just really has a special meaning to me. And yeah, I don't know. I love it. I love it.
Cool.
Nice. Deal. All right, sir.
Well, I tell you what, let's do the holiday based ones, Hazel. What do you think?
Well, he has one more.
Oh,
actually,
absolutely, dude. Yeah.
Yes. So this is directed at Mr. Fluffy.
Okay.
The question is from Pro Gwent player Admiral Nips.
Oh, that's right.
So, ask Fluffy what egg roll sauce smells like.
Egg roll sauce.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he has a good memory.
Oh God, I saw this question. I totally forgot that he asked it. So we got takeout from a Vietnamese restaurant for the first time this week, and the food was amazing. Like they did such a good job. I was very happy with it. But they had two different sauces for we got apps as well as the main dishes. So that we got egg rolls and wontons. And one of the dipping sauces, I try and make my kids try new foods.
Right.
I don't make them do it all the time, but I try and be fair, right? Like I try and give them the no, I don't want to try that, like 50% of the time, and then I try and make them try things 50% of the time because they're kids and they're stupid, and they're judging food that they've never tasted, right? So like my thing is always, you can't say you don't like something if you've never tried it. Like even if it smells weird or looks weird, like you gotta at least give it a chance. And so my kids were like trying to eat their egg rolls like no dipping sauce, just plain. And I'm like, dude, you gotta try the sauce. And my 5-year-old looks at me straight in the face, and she tried it. You know, she was awesome. She dipped it, tried it, ate it. She's like, I don't really like it. And I'm like, really? I'm like, most people love the sweet sauce. I'm like, why don't you like it? And she goes, Dad, I kind of think that the sauce just kind of smells like a vagina. And I lost my shit, dude.
I bet you did.
Like my 5-year-old's like looking at me like straight face, like it just kind of smells like a vagina, which it didn't. But like it was just wonderful. I loved every moment of it.
That is awesome. Woo, man, I'm just about spent.
I so want to make a comment right now.
I know I'm not gonna. No, don't do it, Hazel. I'll have to edit it out.
It's just like right there, and I just feel like a batter in the batter's box, just ready to crush it. All I'll say is, I think that if it did, it probably would. A lot more people would eat it. Anyway, so.
Oh God.
Oh man.
All right, Hazel. Let's knock a few out here. I know we're going long here, so. Yeah.
We'll just do some Christmas ones and we'll call it a day because sadly we have a lot of really good ones that we're going to have to pass on because it's kind of late.
Yeah, and we'll me and Hazel will personally answer them for you on our very first episode of 2021.
Exactly. So, All right. We're gonna go with this one. This is a question that I had from ER or Deadpool. I played with this guy last night actually,
Yeah.
and I found a neat little cheese to the what is it? The Red Keep.
Oh yeah, the strike.
Yeah, the strike. I found a neat little cheese to it. When the gate opens up and she comes out of there.
Mm-hmm.
I ran in there to get some ammo because somehow some ammo got in there. The gate closed and I couldn't get out.
You went up?
Yeah, I had to go up and then I got up on top and then I could shoot down.
Oh,
from
that's
the top
awesome.
up there.
I like it.
So yeah, that was fun. Not for him because he kept dying. It was like he was basically two-manning a strike, and it was the 1250 Nightfall, I think.
Wow.
So yeah, no, not fun for two-manning.
No.
But his question is, question for the show. This year has been so blah. What has helped you or lifted your spirits to make it through till now? For me, it's music. I have an hour ride to work every day, so I jam out as loud as I can, and doesn't have to be music, obviously.
Fluffy?
So, I mean, there's always lots of things to be sad about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I said it earlier, man. I try and do my best to be positive about whatever I can be about life. Why waste time dwelling on shit you can't change? So I've been trying to just be positive about it, man. Like, yeah, it sucks that it's different, but for me personally, like, I get more time with my kids. I live in a very populated area, so not going into the office means that I don't have a commute. And my commute can be anywhere from 25 minutes to an hour and a half, depending on what time of day it is. And literally 10 minutes can make a difference between a 25-minute commute and an hour commute. So I don't have that, and that allows me to do more things after work. It allows me to wake up and sleep in every morning a little bit longer. I got to hang out with my kids a lot more. I'd sign out from work and be like, I'm really big on getting them outside because they had to sit inside while we were working, right? Mm-hmm. Summer days, like, sucks for kids. So it was like, okay, I'm done with work. Like, let's jump on bikes and let's go be outside, or let's grab the paddle boards and let's head to the lake and just paddle around the lake and swim, or, let's grab the longboards and go skate around neighborhoods. I had one of my dogs pass this year, and like, she was my baby, like, hands down, like, my baby, like, my first, kid. We had her for 14 years. Like, she was my puppy. And because of COVID, I got more time with this dog for the last year of her life. Like, normally with kids, we'd have gymnastics and swimming and dance and friends and going places and just gone, right? Like, you go to work all day and come home for 10 minutes and you're running out the door and cooking food. And like, because all of that was canceled, I got to spend more time with the people that mattered and the pets that mattered, and just really do that sort of stuff. So I try and focus on that stuff, like, things might not be how I want it, but there are things that are positive, and so that's what's got me through 2020.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment.
That's
Fluffy.
awesome.
Yeah, well said, man.
Yeah.
Hazel, what's your answer to that?
Well, I mean, kind of the same thing, is that, I mean, when I was unemployed, I spent a lot of time with my daughter. And I mean, and that's something that, I mean, my dad told me later on that he's like, I was in Vietnam when you were born. So he's like, I really didn't get to spend much time with you for like the first couple years of your life. Mm-hmm. He's like, you need to enjoy this time. So, I mean, and every moment I get with her, I just, I want to be with her on the ground playing with Legos or whatever it is that she's doing. So
my favorite time too, man. So much fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I would say, my family, would be one of mine. Another one is simply this podcast.
Yeah.
Showing up, every week, or every week that I can anyway.
and then, just, putting on, this for you guys. And it, like Fluffy said, whenever somebody mentions that they listen to us, I always question it. I'm like, do you really listen to us? Like, does anybody really listen to it? Why does somebody listen to this bullshit? But, hey, I appreciate everyone for listening. I definitely do.
Isn't it amazing what a good episode recording session will do for your mental state too?
Oh, I was just gonna say that.
I don't know how many days I went into an episode on a horrible day. Like just run down, beat down mentally, whatever it is. And you hit that stop recording button at the end of the episode. And it's just like, I feel amazing. Like that hour, that 2 hours, in this case, that 10 hours was like the best ever.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It's probably been, my kids are all grown up and they're all doing their own thing now. They're having their own lives. So I wish I could share that, what you guys talk about with doing stuff with your young kids. I'm a little bit ahead of you guys in that respect, but I've had a lot of time to myself. My wife is a teacher and she's been working frantically trying to make sure Zoom works, and we have 50% of the kids come to school and 50% don't. And she has just been inundated with trying to get work done. So it's given me a lot of time to kind of reflect on things. And I would say I'm very thankful everyone is healthy and everyone's safe. Like I mentioned last week, I have a very large family here in Florida, and we all get together and do stuff all the time. And God forbid nothing's happened to anybody through this very trying time right now. And I'm just very thankful and very reflective this year. It's definitely been a year to look inward. We have a lot of time to do that, it seems. Than our usual grind where we're off to work and not even thinking about what's going on, and rinse repeat, right? I've listened to a lot of really good music this year. I've been more serious about my music picks for our playlist, and it's made me open my eyes to different kinds of music. And Missio this year has just been my savior. It's just such positive music. And I think of one song particularly. It's Can You See the Sun? And it's a very, it's very much synthesized music, but has that hip hop type of feel to it. And it's every time I'm feeling down, I throw that on Spotify and I'm good to go. And like you said, Hazel, the podcast, when I'm in Discord every morning saying good morning to everybody and our feedback channel, having people tone in and say, man, I'm so glad you talked about that last week, because that really helped me through this week. And the fact that people count on us to talk to them while they're at work, doing maybe not the most exciting things, just makes my day. I almost feel like I'm on a mission every week to come through for everybody. So it puts a lot of weight on me, but I try to make the best quality entertainment and show, and try to, at the same time, have fun with my friends, So
yeah,
that's it for me. All right, Hazel, you got to finish with a light one, man. Oh, man.
All right. So, okay. So we have, what are your top, I will go with top 1 or 2 Christmas shows or movies. This is from Chubby Wizard. Mine are in no particular order. Frosty the Snowman, It's a Wonderful Life, A Charlie Brown Christmas, The Year Without a Santa Claus, and Elf. Thanks, love your shows, and I hope all you guys have a Merry Christmas and a safe and healthy holiday season.
Thanks, Chubby.
Thank you, sir.
Fluffy.
Shout out to Chubby for always saying hello first in Discord.
Man.
There was one day this year where he did not do that, and I actually tagged and asked if he was alive. And it turned out he was voting, so that was,
Nice.
that was why he didn't say hi.
Good one.
I didn't have any time to prep, so I'm sure I'm going to miss the Christmas shows that really mean the most to me. So by default, I'm going to go with Elf and Die Hard.
Okay, good ones. Hazel, what do you got?
I'm going to go with How the Grinch Stole Christmas, like the original animated one.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
And I really don't like Elf. So I'm going to go with, I'll have to go with Die Hard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm on the camp that's not a Christmas movie. Sorry.
Blasphemy.
All right. Don't hate me.
Add him.
As a kid, Christmas could not happen without Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Abominable Snowman. That would always scare me.
Sure.
I would say as far as I've gotten older, I would have to say Christmas Carol. Whether it's a newer one with like Bill Murray called Scrooged.
Scrooged.
Yeah.
Scrooged.
Or,
So good.
or if it's even one of the classic English ones, they're all so good. And it's just a reminder of how good we have things, you know? I have one more question here, and I'm sorry I accidentally deleted it, but I want to make sure it got read. This is from Mrs. Hazelnut. Merry Christmas, by the way. She says, what is your favorite Christmas song? She says of all time, but, you know, what is one of your favorite Christmas songs? What's your number one?
I don't know if I have one.
All right, I'll throw one out to give you guys. I'll give you an idea.
Yeah.
Mine would be "So This Is Christmas" by John Lennon. That's one of my all-time favorite Christmas songs. Every time I hear that, boom, I'm in the Christmas spirit. Good to go. So that's mine.
Shit.
Your own wife wrote it, man. Come on.
I know. Oh my God, man. There's so many.
Well, we're not gonna grade you on this one.
I know, man, but still, I mean, shit, man. You guys know how much effort I put into my music picks.
I know.
So, I'll go with the traditional "All I Want for Christmas Is You," Mariah Carey.
Very good song. Yep. All right. Fluffy.
I can't think. I literally cannot think of a best song. And I love music, so I'm gonna default to Bad Religion has a Christmas songs album. So probably something on there.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Thank you for a wonderful year. Thank you for those questions.
Yes.
If we did not get to your questions, we're just running so long. I mean, poor Fluffy. He's probably got to work tomorrow. And probably, I have to work tomorrow. It's getting late, so...
I have to work tomorrow, too.
Yeah, everybody has to work. So we need to complete a show here. So thank you for sending those questions in. I know we have some left on our table, which I'm glad we do. Because on New Year's night, me and Hazel are going to just record just the two of us, and we will answer all of those questions that night and make sure we got everybody covered. So thank you again for that. We'll be right back.
Guardian Downcast. Guardian Downcast. Yeah. Guardian Downcast. This is an intro. Guardian Downcast. Guardian. Not copyright. Guardian Downcast.
All right, Guardians, this is the last part of our show, our final segment. This is where we pick our songs for our award-winning Guardian Downcast show playlist on Spotify and iTunes. Just a little sample of what all of us here like to listen to. And if you are interested in following our playlist, just search for Guardian Downcast show playlist on Spotify. And we do have the link also for iTunes for everyone that likes the Apple platform out there. I will, of course, post the links. We now have 509 songs, 36 hours and 25 minutes of music, representing all of our past guests, and, of course, Mr. Hazel and Mr. Gator. So, we will start with Mr. Fluffy Fingers. What are your two songs tonight, and maybe why'd you pick them?
So I threw a bunch of hip-hop on last time, I think.
Yeah, you did. It was good stuff. So I want to do some... It was good stuff.
Yeah, awesome. I'm glad that you liked it. I love music, so I wanted to do something a little different. Gator had thrown in our chat between the three of us that he was going to do 80s theme, and I quickly shut that down.
Damn,
because I lived through the 80s, and that's all I need.
I've been told.
I got everything I needed.
Okay.
So actually, kind of funny. This first song is a remake of a 90s song. So this is K-Flay doing the song Self-Esteem, originally written by The Offspring.
Yeah, that's right. Offspring.
Outcast.
Sorry,
that's hip-hop. Sorry. Shit.
Yeah, so it is a really cool version of Self-Esteem.
Awesome.
And it's not what you would expect. Especially if you listen to my song picks on our show. This is, I mean, I've picked K-Flay before, and I like K-Flay, but yeah, it's just I love this song. That I really like Offspring, so I think maybe that's why I like this song so much, because I can sing with her. But it's a cool remake.
Well, wait a minute. What do you got against Outkast?
Awesome.
I love Outkast.
Okay, all right. Just covering my ass there. All right, what's your number two, man?
Okay, I'm probably gonna say this wrong. It's Que Maldición by Banda MS de Sergio Larrega. I don't know. It's a remix. It has Snoop Dogg on it. Part of it's in Spanish, part of it's in English. I guess there's a hip hop vibe to this, but I don't know, man. The melody in this song, and the way that they sing the chorus, it is just a catchy song. Even if you don't speak Spanish, it's just got a good, happy flow to it. Like, this song came out this week, and I bet I've listened to it like probably 40 times already this week. So
Nice.
hopefully you enjoy it as well.
Good picks, man. Prodigy was one of your last picks. Man, that's a great song. I'm trying to remember which one it was, but I was like, damn, Fluffy knows his hip hop. I mean, I'm not a hip hop guy, and I was like, damn, that's a great tune. Hazel, what you got, man?
All right. This guy has been on my to add list to our playlist for pretty much since we started this thing. It's Kid Cudi. She Knows This from his new album. This is one of his catchier songs. I've been a fan of this guy since Man on the Moon, and I just, oh man, I can't say enough about this guy. Awesome individual. Definitely check out his new album. It's pretty good. And I do like his older stuff better though. But yeah, still pretty good though. And then my second pick is, I had to add something Christmassy just because of the time of year it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I went with the Pokemon Christmas Bash. It's fun.
So, that Kid Cudi album, I listened to it too a little bit this week, and I definitely like his older stuff as well. I think he did I mean, I don't think it's a bad album at all. I think a lot of artists came out with bad albums this year. Like, a lot of my favorite artists really let me down in a lot of ways. But I feel like his album, like, I don't know, man. What do you think? It felt like he was trying to recapture that magic of that first album, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he sampled a lot from it too. I noticed that. And it kind of made me smile. It was like a nice kind of homage to that. And I mean, by the end, he was trying to do something different, which is always appreciated.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, I don't want to compare him to like Linkin Park, how every album that they came out with was different than their last and everything else. And eventually I just cut bait on them. I'm just like, fuck this, you know? I mean, I just want the old stuff back again. But I mean, I appreciated it for what it was. You know, it's Kid Cudi. So.
Well, okay. Fluffy's not going to like my picks.
No, I agree.
Well, for my first pick, you know what? I always reminisce this time of year, so I always get all warm and fuzzy and start thinking of my youth and the songs I used to love to listen to. So I have two tonight. They're both oldies but goodies. His first band was considered synth pop back in the day, which formed in Liverpool in 1979. They're considered one of the most influential bands of the 80s, and this song was one of my all-time favorites. It was in the top 10 in the U.S., and New Zealand, and number 1 in Australia back in the day. From their self-titled album of 1982, it's the song I Ran, dedicated to our runner here.
Hey.
And the group is Flock of Seagulls. For you younger listeners out there especially, give this a listen. And yes, I know I'm not your dad. Number 2, For my second pick, this English musician, songwriter, composer, record producer. Holy crap. Guy does everything. He's from Hammersmith, London, UK. He's considered a pioneer of electronic music with a signature sound consisting of heavy synthesizer hooks that he fed in through guitar pedals. It's awesome. This song proves that he was way ahead of his time, and it was one of his very first solo album releases in '79, and the album was called The Pleasure Principle, and it topped the UK charts. It's the song Cars by the legend, Mr. Gary Newman. These two songs will kind of give you an insight on why I love synthesized music so much, past or present. So, okay, as requested, Mrs. Gator's chosen a song for this week. She says, this is the second song in my ongoing series, Rad Songs for Cool Kids. Those are with K's, by the way, and Z's. It's a real oldie, but a good reminder of all you messy piglets out there. And she chose the song Pick It Up by Mr. Woody Guthrie. My wife is so stinking cute. You guys, I've created a monster now that you guys have asked for her to add songs every week. But she really gets into her picks, so good pick, honey.
I'm glad that this has continued. I
Really?
loved the wife's episode, and
Thanks,
this
man.
is good. It's good. It's a good thing to keep going.
It's one of my favorite episodes. That year show was just one that I'll never forget. On both sides, it was great.
Yeah.
Also, the use of rad bonus points.
Yeah, I appreciate that actually on that show too, that your wife chimed in. We don't know how you pulled that off, but we thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I remember.
Yeah.
Well,
I know.
she did really good acting job too, man. I was impressed. That was awesome.
Yeah, she, man, it's not easy to get her on the mic.
Yeah.
She played violin in school, and when I was producing hip hop, I love strings, like brass and strings, man. If I had a brass band or strings, like that would have been my ideal hip hop setup. And so I was constantly trying to get her on mic, recording violin just for me to sample. And so yeah, getting her on mic for your guys' episode, it took some work, but she was a good sport about it.
I could tell you put a lot of time in it, man. Thank you for that. It was really good. It was one of my favorites. Sorry, not to anybody else, but it was one of the ones I'll never forget. Thanks for that.
You know what's funny is it wasn't scripted. It was literally, I was sitting on the sofa and she was there, and I'm like, I got it. I'm like, come with me. She's like, what? And I'm like, no, literally, I need you to do this. It's going to take two people, and just ad-lib banged it out. But that's my mind, man.
Good call, man, because if she would have known what you were going to ask her to do, she probably would have said, no, I don't have time for that. That's what my wife would have said.
I gave her a general idea. I was like, all right, this is kind of how this is going to go. And then we just ran with it.
Nice, man. It was really good.
Awesome.
It was really good. We have one more pick here. It's from Mr. Xanafan 711. He gave me two choices depending on how Fluffy did on the speed run tonight. So being that we arrived at a certain outcome, I guess I'm going to pick the second one. And it's We Are the Champions by Queen, because you and Zan are the champions.
Nice.
He says no explanation necessary. I agree. Hey guys, I think that's it. It's another episode in the can. For all you listeners out there, we have 74 other episodes with interviews from gamers all over the community. Take a look at those, especially if you're just finding out about us. And do us a big favor as well. Spread the word, hit that share button, whatever podcast app you use, and leave an iTunes review. We really like to hear those. So if you're an iTunes listener and you want to send us a review, that'd be much appreciated. Fluffy, man, I had a great time tonight.
Guys. I mean, I'm sorry that I made like a 5-hour episode with you. But
it was all worth it, dude. All worth it.
The
Plus,
conversation, it just flowed, man. Like,
it does.
Nothing was forced. It was just fun.
That's exactly it. You know what? That's funny. All right, I'm gonna level with you, Fluffy. Me and Hazel have been texting each other, and we're like, "This is effing gold. This is such a great episode." Like, Fluffy is he's just slamming it out of the park, man, every time. So thank you for that. This is gonna be a great episode.
I feel honored to come on the last episode.
Oh, the honor's ours, dude. Honor's ours because you were the one who helped me get this whole thing started. I have to give you props for that, because I was in editing Nightmare Land, and you were like, dude, take a breath. This is what I do. This is what I do. It's no big deal. You got to do this and then go do this. And I was like, wow, that saved me so much time. So thank you for that, man.
That's what we do though, man. Like it's not about being the best or the greatest. It's about helping the community, man. Like
everybody
we all
wins.
Rise together.
Everybody wins.
Like there's no other way to do it, man. It's always about all of us. It's not about us versus them.
Well, thanks,
Definitely.
man. Thanks.
Thank you.
Before we go, do you mind telling everybody about your podcast? You know, where they can get a hold of you? Oh, damn it. I use that again.
Yeah.
Where people can contact you or your contact info?
Yeah. So I am one half of Potato Thumbs podcast with my co-host Admiral Nips. We are on places that you find podcasts: Twitter, Gmail, Discord, Potato Thumbs podcast. Coming up to wrap up the year, this week we have RNG Gator, Ghost, and Nessie. The week of Christmas we have Bit Dead, and we will be wrapping up 2020 with Dad Tales podcast.
Oh, fantastic, dude.
Ooh.
I cannot wait. That's going to be great. You can have everybody? You're going to have everybody there?
Yes.
Jay and JC Jesse.
It should
Stu.
it will be Jay, Barbecue, Stu, and Justin.
Fantastic, man. That's
Wow.
great.
Nice.
That's going to be a great show.
Yeah, and we have something special planned for the DTP guys, so
Oh, I can't wait.
Aw.
I can't wait.
I'll
All
be
right.
listening.
I listen. I listen every. You guys have moved it a little bit. You moved it later in the week. I was like, damn it. Where the hell's Potato Thumbs? I'm like, it's not popping up. It's not Tuesday. What the hell?
We went from we were Mondays, and then we went because that worked with our schedule, and then Trials came out, and I was like, I need Mondays to try and play Trials. So then we moved to Tuesdays, and then with new content, I said, you know what, dude, I want to talk about the TWAB. I want to talk about the TWAB when it's released, not a day before the new TWAB comes out. So we pushed it to Thursdays.
That's smart.
Add more Destiny content.
That's smart, man. That's when we record either that or Friday, and it works out perfect. So, good deal. Mr. Hazelnut, how can everyone find you, sir?
I'm sleeping in my chair. Hazel NT, anywhere and everywhere.
You can contact me on the Twitter. It's Todd the Gator. Remember, that is GATR. YouTube, Steam, all the places, GATR, all caps, underscores in between, and GATR space. Jeez, I'm losing it.
Gator fell asleep mid-sentence.
I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it. Gator Space GDC on Xbox. I'm not on there a whole lot, but crossplay, baby. It's coming.
I know. I'm so excited.
I'm pumped. You can find everything out about us. Just go to guardiandowncast.com. All our details are in there, except our Instagram, which we are trying to start building up. And Mr. Hazelnut here has been posting some awesome stuff to it. It's Guardian_down_cast. And like I say, Fluffy, if you could put a few pics in our chat, we appreciate it. And post those on there sometime next week. But we do have something special. And I guess it's kind of a thing we do every Christmas now.
Overtime. Let's do this.
Twas the night before reset in the Destiny Tower, and everyone was busy grinding up power. The ones you found in the tower on this snowy night were all gathering for one last snowball fight. The blueberries and vets all playing hide and seek, because for the TWAB, well, there was none this week. As Gator and Hazel discussed this season's power incline, their guests got distracted with some tasteful moonshine. And who is this guest? You know him well, and can't deny. Why, it's the great Titan slamming general, Warcry. So after the show, Gator thought to himself, man, I need to clean these bounties off my shelf. Hazel, speaking to Gator with glee, said, oh, and don't forget about the ones from Banshee. Now don't forget about the other Guardians out in the system. A lot of them are helping as Sherpas sharing their wisdom. From raid to raid, the Guardians travel, hoping to find new mysteries to unravel. With Kingsley Mac leading the fire teams into battle, some were impossible, like attacking a castle. Now don't get discouraged, team, he said with pride. If you start taking damage, just go and hide. Now don't get discouraged, team, he said. Let's get this encounter before going to bed. It doesn't matter how many times we wipe, because pretty soon you'll start saying, it's just like riding a bike. The Gambit players still banking their moats, while hunters are trying to figure out how to float. The hunters slowly getting over humps, but wait, they move the same way that Mario jumps. Back in the tower before we stray too far, 'cause the cookies are ready and the oven is ajar. Evil Levante has returned and everyone's been waiting, 'cause since the end of last year, we couldn't wait to start baking. Reflect on the past is what I was always told, but why do we have to remember that Titans won gold? The Warlocks were always stuck in the mud, but nobody could have guessed that the Destiny Olympics would be such a dud. With Iron Banners passing happened just recently, all underlevels can now rest ever so peacefully. And don't forget about how the Traveler came together. At least we believe it's all for the better. To be safe from darkness, some have decided to fight fire with fire. On the other hand, though, Zavala disagrees and will not hire. He believes the light is our true path, whether it's protecting the last city or just doing math. Stasis is the new name, and freezing is its game. One by one, Guardians stop and fall, 'cause this new super revolves around throwing snowballs. Who would have guessed we would be using ice this season? Well, I guess Bungie doesn't like, given good reasons. How come sunsetting became a thing? Us Guardians do enjoy rocking the same bling. All the grinding done to get those pretty high stats, but after a few seasons, they will all be tossed aside like yesterday's trash. Bungie wants a constant changing meta, but who knows, maybe it will stop people from grinding the system as if they were a cheetah.
What?
Old faces have come back to us in the passing year. One is a saint who kills with his head as if possessing no fear. Spoilers ahead, so listeners, this might get terrible, because these next few words might not be bearable. Into the deep stone crypt we marched during the newest expansion. But come on, Bungie, Taniks again? We need some explanation. So here we are again this holiday festival. Don't get too carried away. Remember to be flexible. Behind every Guardian is a non-forgettable team. The way I see it, we are all one big gaming tree. Thanks for sticking with the show this year's past. We just want to say Happy Holiday and Merry Christmas from the award-winning Guardian Downcast.
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas,
Guardians.
Jealous, I think you got a good skill here, brother. Very well done. Just full disclosure, everyone. Jealous wrote this entire thing. And got to congratulate Warcry, too, for reading this thing. That North Carolina education system kicked in. Good job, buddy. Now, before we leave you, here's the very last Scum Death's Corner of 2020.
Hello, and welcome to Scum Dad's Corner. This is part 2 of the daughter turning up to the house unannounced when the missus didn't know. It was fantastic. It's really nice having her back here, especially with the COVID. We're going back into lockdowns and shit like that all over the UK. So it's nice to have her here. I mean, she ain't doing fuck all. She's sat on her ass all the time. She's eating us out of house and home, but it doesn't matter. It's just really lovely to have her here. But I would just like to say, I don't know if this is the last Scum Devs Corner this year. I will speak to Gator about it, but I just want to say, you guys, I've had a bit of a troubled year, but you guys have made it for me. And the podcast is the one thing that I look forward to every week. You know, every Monday, I save it for when I'm ready to listen to it. I'll make it a special occasion for my week, and I can't thank you guys enough. Hazel, Gator, you are the fucking best guys ever, and all the guests, everybody in the Discord. I love you all. You've made so much difference to my life, and I thank you all, and I fucking love you, motherfuckers. I love you all, and let's go for it. Let's go.
Hey, Uncle Scumdeath. Merry Christmas, brother. We have thoroughly enjoyed this entire year. Never stop, man.
Guardians are measured by their ability to come back from defeat. So stand. Fight!
Hey, everyone. Continue to be safe out there. Take care of one another. Vaccinations are starting to get distributed, so wear that mask in public, guys. Stop that spread. Thank you all so very much for listening. And later, Guardian.
Bottles.
Later.
Thank you so much. Wow, that
fun.
was amazing.
It's one of these shows I can
Yeah.
just sit back and go, I can't wait to pick this apart and start editing it on Sunday. So it's going to be great.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens if you don't show up completely inebriated to the microphone.
Tonight, we're going to get to know about Fluffy, of course. Then we're going to test his Twix. So then we're going to test his Twix.